Federal Communications Commission has determined the following content to be emotionally harmful.
Funny things that you think's funny aren't funny.
Give me cocks all the time. I want cocks all over me.
The Alan Cox Show kicks ass, man.
Welcome.
Show me what you got.
You're not going to see a lot of cocks on TV.
Alan Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice.
I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's going to be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it. Come on. God damn it. Could you one time kick it? What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Hey, what's up, gang? Good afternoon. Hi there. Greetings. Welcome. Hi there. Hi there. Happy whatever. My name's Alan Cox. Thanks for being here. Say hi to Bill Squire. He's here, too.
Hey, creepy hugs. Creepy hugs on St. Valentine's Day.
Mary Santora is here.
Hello.
How you doing?
Crap. Crappy.
Poundcake's back in Studio G.
Afternoon, white people.
We were out yesterday, and I was thinking, at least for Mary's part, it's probably pretty good because you guys got a bunch of snow, yeah?
Yeah, they got like
Would have been a colossal pain in the ass getting in.
it was like 6 inches. I actually lucked out big time because I am so sick with whatever my roommate had last week. Like Monday was the worst. I was just on my ass. I slept for like 20 hours on Monday, and then I was supposed to have a college gig yesterday up in Connecticut.
Oof.
And my college agent texted me that morning and was like, hey, do you think we can reschedule till next week? And I'm like, this is the best text message I've ever gotten in my life. Because I was seriously debating canceling it, but it's so much money that I'm like,
Was
I
it at
have to
UConn?
make this happen. No, it's never anything like that. I don't know.
Why? That's a college.
Right, but I play the really, really small ones.
Like Eastern Connecticut State University?
What the hell is the name of it?
Central Connecticut
It's
State
in
University?
Willimantic.
Ooh.
Whatever is there.
Okay. That's
but-
Eastern Connecticut State University.
Well, there you go. That would be it. But I was like, man, this is the best text message I've ever gotten. So I just had the one set last night that I drove to, did my spot, and left immediately. But yeah, it's 6 inches of snow here.
When you do a college gig, do you do any research on them to kind of get your local references out of the way? Like, go Bulldogs, to kind of get them eaten out of the palm of your hand?
Not
You're
eating out
right
of the
from
palm
the
of
jump?
my hand,
No.
but a little bit, where I'll just kind of see what their school's about, if they are like known for their nursing program, or like what, the big thing on campus is.
Mm-hmm. Well, they're probably all Yankees fans anyway, so you can probably drop a couple of maybe New York references at them, and they'll be okay.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Well, anywho, welcome. If you'd like to join us today, it's 216-578-1007 are the phone numbers. 800-348-1007. I want to send me a text. That number is 35192. I was hearing from a handful of our bureau chiefs out your way this morning. We didn't really get much here. We got a couple of flakes yesterday, but they call that heart attack snow when you get that heavy, wet snow, because I assume the reference is to old guys who cack out shoveling their driveway or their walk. Old, out-of-shape guys, not even old, out-of-shape guys, out-of-shape guys who just drop over dead.
Sometimes they're not even out of shape. Sometimes their heart just says,
I'm done.
Yeah.
Yeah. Al, how appropriate is it that Valentine's Day fell on Hump Day this year?
Hey.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why. I don't know why that would matter. I don't know. I've quite honestly almost forgot that it was Valentine's Day. That's not like a big thing at Casa Cox. But I was out yesterday because I took my younger daughter's birthday off, and that's a much bigger deal at Casa Cox. But yeah, the Valentine's Day thing, I don't know that that many people care about it. it doesn't feel like a modern holiday anymore. I mean, maybe obviously I've been married for quite some time now, but even as a single man, when I would have a serious girlfriend, it just was not, it doesn't feel like a modern thing. It doesn't feel like something that has relevance in today's times. Are you doing something, Bill, for your girlfriend for Valentine's Day?
I sent her flowers.
Flowers. But those are nice anytime. You know what I mean?
Right.
That's a nice thing to send somebody anytime.
And I used a local to where she's at flower company, and I put in the card heart emojis, and then the card showed up with question marks on it because they didn't have emojis.
Yeah, you can't do emojis in the
so,
right. They don't
whoops.
recognize them. So she
got a card that said Happy Valentine's Day, question mark, Bill.
Right. Maybe they did you a favor though.
No,
when you think about it.
She thought it was cute, and
you had to explain it though.
Yeah, I was like, those are supposed to be heart emojis, and she's like, I actually kind of love the question marks more. So now 3 question marks is the same as 3 hearts.
Now, I know that Mary's not feeling very well, but will you and Brian do a little FaceTime crotch stuff tonight?
Maybe. I have a set at 11:30 tonight.
Oh, you're going out and playing.
Yeah, I have
I
3 I have 9 sets this week. This is just the worst week for me to be sick. But yeah, I have an 11:30 spot tonight, so I'm not going to get back till probably close to 1 in the morning.
And he'll be asleep.
Yeah, he'll be asleep. But if he decides to wake up, maybe have a little
If he
session.
decides to wake up.
I'll call him when I get home.
Uh-huh.
You know, and
Yeah, but
we'll see.
that's like 2 hours away from him having to get up.
Yes.
You got to
that's
meet in the
also
middle.
true. Yeah.
You got to find a way to do that. And then you can
Love
call him.
you.
Man, he's going to be tired. He's not going to want to.
Please don't touch my vagina.
1 in the morning, he's not going to want to do anything then.
Yeah, I'll be tired. Well,
Yeah.
maybe not that late. My set's at 11:30, so realistically, I won't go on stage till probably closer to 11:45 or 12.
Yeah.
So I probably won't be back till at least 12:30 or 1.
Now, would you stay up until he gets up?
No, I have
You go,
to go
hey,
to work
because
tomorrow.
well, because
I
guess
have
what?
things to do.
But it's also it won't be Valentine's Day anymore.
Yeah, but that doesn't matter.
Why doesn't it happen before you have to go to the club?
Because I'm going from work. What, am I going to do it in my office at work?
Yeah.
No.
Yes.
I'll get fired.
There's nobody there at night. This company got rid of all the night jocks. There's nobody there at night, even in New York.
Yeah, I'll just risk it.
There's
We'll see what
like
happens.
one dude at I don't know. Z100's not ours, is it?
Yeah.
Maybe it is. Is Z100
is,
ours,
yeah.
Cody? Yeah.
Yes.
All right. It's there. I thought it was in Jersey.
No, that's
No, it's
Elvis
right here.
Duran.
Well, I know that's him, but yeah, okay, yeah, you're right. That's his station.
Zoo Radio.
Pardon me.
They call it the
That's
zoo.
not what it's called.
They call it the zoo.
What is it, 1986? The zoo?
That's what it was originally called.
Yes,
I don't
in
know.
1986.
Okay,
they
Morning
don't
Zoo,
do
but-
they still call it that?
I don't know. I'm sure the Z100 purists call it that. Zoo
Wow.
Radio, Morning Zoo Radio. But
Zoo Radio. Elvis Duran and the Morning Show. Yeah, see, it's not called that. The Zoo. Because that was a thing for a while, is that they probably had one in Cleveland, right? You'd have all these stations around the country, and they'd call their morning show because nobody was creative enough to come up with a dumb name for a show, or they were too terrified to use their actual name because whatever. So they would call it the Morning Zoo. And so it got to be so cliche that after a while they said, we got to stop doing this. But the implication, of course, was that everybody on the show, follow me here.
Animals.
They were animals.
Oh.
They were so wild. They were so crazy. You never knew what they were going to do. You might see them. A buddy of mine was doing, when I was just getting into the business, I didn't really have mentors in this business, but one that came close was a guy who was, wasn't the show that I worked on. But prior to that was like the big morning show guy in Chicago. And that was when they used to do television commercials for morning shows. And so they had to have, the art department come up with it. They'd have to go get a straitjacket. He was the guy with the straitjacket because he's crazy. But those left indelible images on people too. But then you get saddled with, I'm the straitjacket guy. And they did that in a lot of cities because that was the best way to convey that he was crazy. You couldn't do that now, of course, because that would be, I don't know, mental health shaming someone. But back then, boy, the straitjacket.
Also, because straight people are so maligned now.
STRAIT, Bill.
Oh.
AIT, like the country singer. Did George Strait ever have an album called Straight Jacket, Mary?
Not that I know of.
Man, that was a missed opportunity. And now he's dead. And there's nothing he can do about it. Oh, I'm sorry, what's that? George Strait is not dead. Well, then I apologize. I've got to take a break. I'll have more money for you at 2:30. Last few days this week to get your money, get your hands on this $1,000 from the Buzzard bookies. So listen for the next keyword on the way.
This is the Alan Cox Show. Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or whatever smart device you have. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
Kia of Streetsboro, 99 cents get you driving. Kia of Streetsboro, 99 cents down. Kia of Streetsboro, stop in and see how much you'll save. Kia of Streetsboro, Kia of Streetsboro.com.
Hey Cleveland, Kia of Streetsboro is bringing the heat and unleashing crazy savings, like $12,000 off a 2023 Kia EV6. And hey, if an adventure-ready SUV is more your speed, get $7,000 off a 2023 Sorento or $4,000 off a 2024 Kia Sportage. And if you really want to watch those savings soar, trade in your current ride. Plus, they've got financing from 0.9%. Oh, you hear that? That's your dream car calling, Cleveland. Get to Kia of Streetsboro or scope deals 24/7 at KiaofStreetsboro.com. Seize the road at Kia of Streetsboro, where the thrill begins.
Kia of Streetsboro, Kia of Streetsboro.com.
Residency restrictions apply. See dealer for additional details.
This is Monster Jam. Witness big air, two-wheel skills, backflips, and all-out racing. It's the only place to see the world's best riders tear up the dirt in your favorite Monster Jam trucks, like Gravedigger, El Toro Loco, Megalodon, and more. It's big-time fun for the whole family. Monster Jam, as big as it gets. Coming to Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse, February 16th through the 18th. Brought to you by BKT Tires and Great Clips.
Say aye to the fish fry at Get Go Cafe and Market with the Captain Beer Battered Cod Sub Sandwich or Platter, topped with American cheese, tangy All-American sauce, lettuce, and pickles. And enjoy the delicious flavor for a limited time. Don't forget a side of Hush Puppies, backed by popular demand. The Get Go app is now the exclusive place to order your fresh-made favorites. Download it today and get free tots. Use the app to discover deals, track perks, and find a Get Go near you. Get Go Cafe and Market. Better. Believe it.
Hey, Mackenzie here. If you've been looking for a car, truck, or SUV that's in stock and ready for immediate delivery, you'll find it today at Ken Ganley, Ohio's #1 automotive retailer. With 23 brands, 50 locations, and over 6,000 new and used vehicles in stock, you're sure to find the perfect vehicle at the perfect price. For the location nearest you, visit KenGanleyAuto.com. Ken Ganley, we drive Ohio.
You know the biggest games are won in the trenches, right? Even armpit trenches. That's right. Luckily, Old Spice, the greatest smell in the NFL, has you covered. Grab a 4-pack of Old Spice Swagger deodorant at Costco today. When you use Old Spice daily, you get 24/7 odor protection. It's like an entire offensive line fending off unwanted odors. It's only available for a limited time, so rush to Costco now. Old Spice, official locker room product of the NFL and Super Bowl 58.
I feel good.
Dad, are you singing to your cereal?
Yes, I am, like I knew that I would.
No, a dance too?
Come on, Ava. Silk almond milk starts the morning on a high note. Yow!
Songs, dances, and dad jokes.
So good. So good. I got you.
Silk almond milk.
With calcium, vitamins A, D, and E.
Feel plenty good.
Aware Recovery Care of Ohio is here to help you or your loved ones recover from addiction to drugs and or alcohol. Aware Recovery Care provides each client with a fully individualized in-home addiction treatment program developed in conjunction with specialists at Yale. Now you can recover in your home, in your surroundings, in your comfort zone, and on your schedule. To learn more, visit awarerecoverycare.com. That's awarerecoverycare.com. We're ready to help where and when you need us most.
Hey, Drew Scott here, and I'm Jonathan Scott, reminding you that life's better with a home policy from American Family Insurance. They can help you get just the right protection at just the right price and help you save when you bundle home and auto. Kind of like Goldilocks and the Three Bears. It'll be just right for you. We love a custom build. American Family Insurance. Insure carefully, dream fearlessly. Get a quote and find an agent at amfam.com.
Products not available in every state. Visit amfam.com to learn how discounts may apply to you. American Family Mutual Insurance Company SI and its operating company 6000 American Parkway, Madison, Wisconsin.
Everybody poops, everybody pees. Mommy, will you call Mr. Rooter, please? 'Cause I gotta poop and I gotta pee. Only Mr. Rooter can clear the drain for me. Thank you, Mr. Rooter.
We call it what it is in my house. Hi, I'm Megan McKay. The pros at Mr. Rooter have been solving plumbing and drain problems for over 30 years. For same-day service, call 855-MISTERS or visit MrRooter.com. We'll be there quick.
Whatever you're giving up this year, Wendy's is supporting you with the return of our crispy panko fish sandwich. Made with wild-caught Alaska pollock, it's perfect for meatless Fridays or no reality TV Thursdays. Grab one today and give it up for giving things up.
Limited time at participating Wendy's.
Cleveland Clothing Company is the land's one-stop shop for all things Cleveland, from tees, hoodies, accessories, and official Buzzard gear. In-store and online, all February long, take off 20% with the keyword pierogi. Shop now at clevelandclothing.com, the brand of the land.
Find Valentine's deals you'll love with One Stop at Meijer. From flowers to sweets, it's all in one place. Get a rose bouquet for $18.99. Choose a Valentine's Day card for someone special. Then get your favorite wine, candy, and chocolate. Or you can build your own bouquet. Pick the flowers, trim, arrange them, and enjoy. And don't forget to shop other quality products and deals across the store. There are so many ways to save this Valentine's Day when you make just one stop at Meijer. Exclusions apply. See all the deals in the Meijer app.
At Lowe's, save big every day when you buy in bulk. Save on bulk purchases of select insulation from trusted brands like Green Fiber. Plus, save an extra 5% every day on eligible purchases when you use your Lowe's business credit card. Visit us for the materials you need, because Lowe's knows savings. Lowe's knows pros. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Discount taken at time of purchase. See sales associate for details. 5% offer subject to credit approval. Exclusions and terms apply. See store lowes.com/credit for details. U.S. only.
Tax Talk with Straight Talk.
You give and you give. This tax season, you get with Straight Talk Wireless. You get a reliable 5G network and unlimited data and a Samsung Galaxy A14 included when you buy an extended Silver Unlimited plan. So you can give your janky phone to your kid. Yeah!
Switch to Straight Talk for plans starting as low as $25 a line per month for 4 lines. Find us at straighttalk.com. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com. Device offer ends 4/14/24. Online only. Family plan discount with 4 lines, all on the Silver Unlimited plan. Taxes and fees apply.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to hims.com/radio. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the name brands at up to 95% off. That's right, get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but for 95% less. It's the same medication, still prescribed by a licensed medical provider, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit. hims.com/radio.
Traffic.
From the Elk and Elk Traffic Center, if an auto accident caused you injury, call Elk and Elk at 1-800-ELK, Ohio. Still have a few accidents out there. East 83rd at Carnegie Ridge Road at Meadowbrook Avenue, and a crash closing down Route 3 in Medina between Wedgwood and Sharon Copley Road. See an accident? Give us a call, 216-986-8888. I'm Mike Ross in the Traffic Center.
This report is sponsored by Levin Furniture and Mattress.
President's Day weekend at Levin is the biggest furniture and mattress sale of the year. Save an extra 25% off, plus get 60-month special financing with no money down and hundreds of doorbusters. Hurry through Monday at Levin.
Immerse yourself in The Passage, a weekly podcast that takes you on a ride into the land of the dead, traveling with the ferryman of souls as he collects the disembodied spirits of America's most illustrious historic figures and delivers them to the hereafter.
This road is not on any map. How much for a ticket?
The price for their passage? Their story. These are the tales that shape the nation. Listen to The Passage on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Remember, if you say Valentine's Day, you deserve to die alone. X's and O's from the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
By the way, no disrespect if you're watching live at AlanCoxShow.com with the assistance of Val N Times.
What a coincidence.
I don't know if that's Valerie or... I know, it is. Anyway, thanks.
Valium.
Certainly can't do it alone. Cavaliers are at home tonight. They will play the Chicago Bulls at 7:30. They're coming off a loss. Why? One bucket. 123 to 121. That was the first loss in some time against the 76ers on Monday night. So the Bulls are in town tonight. That's a 7:30 tip. 7 o'clock is when all the pregame coverage begins here on MMS. Your FM home for Cleveland Cavaliers basketball. You know, I got in here this morning, and we all got an email saying that the key cards that we used to get in here weren't working to get into this building, that we could get into the iHeart suite, but to get into the actual building downtown, get an email. Hey, sorry for the inconvenience. The key cards aren't working. So by the time I get in here, they go, you can get in the garage just for whatever reason. I don't even know if they fixed it. Did they fix it?
It's working now. I got in, no problem.
When I get in, it wasn't working. And so I'm like, well, do I have to, like, walk all the way around the building? Again, it's not a big deal, but I wasn't quite sure how to do it, because normally we just walk in from the garage and then we kind of do a loop around and down the big hallway and blah, blah, blah. And so I go to check the door that I normally walk in, and it's not working. So I go, well, I'll just walk around the building, and then I'll wave down one of the security guards. That was what we were instructed to do in the email. They said until they get this fixed, you'll either have to call a coworker. I don't have anybody's phone number. Or, flag down security. So I go, fine, I'll do that. So I walk around, because I come in on the Prospect side. I walk around to the Euclid side. And I run into a couple of people that we work with. And they said, no, go back to where you normally come in because somebody has propped that door open. I go, oh, great. I walk all the way back to the door that I started at and normally go through, and somebody has kicked out the door. Now, it wasn't there in the first place. I thought, well, surely I would not have missed a door propped open. But I thought maybe they were talking about another door. So I end up taking this very circuitous route to get into this building, and I finally end up just coming around the very front door at 668 Euclid, which is propped wide open. This is a residential building, right, above iHeart Cleveland, propped wide open. So theoretically, anybody could, you still need the card to get into our suite here, but for all of the concerns that we're constantly hearing about people coming into this building, the door wide open. And it wasn't like I saw crews of workmen working on the key card. I don't know what happened. I still didn't know if it ever got fixed. But you said it worked when you came in.
Yeah, it worked when I came in. Poundcake worked for you?
Yep, at least from the garage into the building, so at least that side is fixed.
I also realized something that kind of bummed me out because I thought that I had finally gotten a head nod from one of the parking attendants from the music. Poundcake he covets the head nod from the people who are the parking attendants here at 668 Euclid. Bill's gotten one.
I've gotten a few.
You got a few. That's right. I thought that I finally got one the other day, just by happenstance.
It was a farce.
Well, it turns out that person who gave me the head nod doesn't work there at all. It's a homeless guy who likes to camp out on the golf cart when you first pull in, and I didn't realize
that. A head nod's
that.
a head nod, though.
Huh?
You still got the head nod.
I did get the head nod, but I thought the point was to get one. Poundcake was hell-bent on getting one from the guys who work in that tiny office. So we're just saying a head nod's a head nod?
I mean...
Not from anybody of weight?
No, I mean, are any of these... What makes one person better than another, Alan?
I'm not saying that. I'm simply going by Poundcake wanting to get the head. I thought that was our baseline.
Well, then we'll let Poundcake decide.
How did I know he was homeless?
Yeah.
Because he said he was trying to stay in from the cold. And so I inferred that he was, in fact, but I've seen the guy around.
Maybe he was just trying to warm up before he had to make a walk to, like, his building or something.
No. This guy, no.
Why wouldn't they kick
he
him
had
off the
no,
golf cart?
he
You
had,
can't just sit on
because
the
there was
golf
nobody
cart.
else there.
Oh.
This is like 8:30 this morning. Nobody else in that office. I don't know when somebody gets into that office. But this guy had no uniform on. And so it all was like that movie Memento. It all comes flooding back. And I start thinking back to all the potential head nods I've gotten. And then I have to wonder, has the whole thing been an illusion? Have I just been getting musical head nods from random, unhoused individuals? Now, to Bill's point, head nod's a head nod.
If they enjoyed the music,
right?
Then it's
If
they
I-
made their day a little better.
If I pull up and this guy hears Horse with No Name by America blaring out of my car, and make no mistake, blaring, and he gives me the head nod, maybe that has improved his day. I got no issue with it. I was just, I guess I can't say ill-informed. I just, I guess, made an assumption that was incorrect. Alan Marty from Cedar Point, Illinois. I think that's St. Louis. He listens on the iHeartRadio app. Today's my birthday, and I have to get my girlfriend's stuff. It just seems like a ripoff. Well, what's the problem with, I would think you'd want to get your girlfriend something.
Yeah, that's a ripoff.
Is it a ripoff?
That's a ripoff. Like your birthday on Christmas, like you, no matter how many times people tell you how much they swear, like, oh, well, we treat your birthday and Christmas separate. We have a different budget. No, they don't. They're lying to you. Like people whose birthday is on Christmas, you get Christmas
but you're not one of those people, and yet
budget.
you sound very angry. You sound like you've co-opted their pain.
Because
he loves doing
that's
that.
a lie. You're not,
He takes credit for other people's accomplishments. He gets angry for other people's misfortunes.
What family just budgets all
Just
year
super
because
empathetic.
they know your birthday's coming up on Christmas? They don't. They're like, well, we'll say this big gift is from this person, is from...
Yeah, but what's the matter with that? I mean, it's all going to be a pile of gifts. Like, who cares if you set a couple aside for the birthday?
It's just a ripoff. You don't get the
But
same
how is
amount
it a
of stuff
ripoff?
because you don't get the same amount of stuff. If my birthday is in March...
How much stuff did you get?
It's
for
not
your-
the point. It's
But you said you get less stuff.
it's separate stuff. If my birthday is in March or April, and that's a whole, you got enough time to save, you got enough time to build your stuff back up, build your funds back up for Christmas shopping.
Wait, you're getting mad that people spend... Yeah, but if they spend half of that money in March and the other half at Christmas, then what does it matter when they get put together?
Because you're not.
You're
getting the
saying that
same
they would spend
amount.
double.
They're not going to spend double. They're going to
No, you're
spend
saying-
less and call it the same amount that you would normally get, which is a lie.
So what is a normal amount to get?
It's subjective, but whatever.
What's your assessment, since you're the one that's angry about it?
I'm saying if you say we're spending $1,000 and for Christmas, and that's a lot. I know that's a lot of money for people to spend on one person. But I say,
Oh, you're talking about on one person.
if one person's birthday happens to be on Christmas, you're not going to get the same quantity of gifts.
Yeah, but that family, let's say it's a family, they're spending money multiple times throughout the year for other people's birthdays in the family.
Understandable, but you can separate that. You can budget for that.
So
Like,
do you,
have
if
time to
this was
save.
your situation, you'd want to make sure you saw how much, if your birthday is on Christmas, you want to see what your mom spent.
We're celebrating my birthday months before. Christmas, my birthday is on Christmas. We're doing Christmas in July, so I get my right amount of gifts.
But what if you just
But
got...
they would just
what if-
screw you because you made everybody pretend your birthday was in July.
What if you made your... Like, you saw what your mom spent for your brother, and then she spent the same amount for you.
I need
plus
more.
what you got for Christmas, too.
No, I need more. I need it to separate. You need to.
But you're getting more.
But I don't believe that really happens. If that's
No,
the
like
case,
she's keeping the receipts.
sure.
She's showing you.
Okay, then. But I doubt that happens. I think
He literally needs receipts.
I need to see that. Yes, if that's the case, then you're off the hook. But I don't believe most people do that.
Why is everybody on the hook with you?
What do you get me for
what
Yeah.
hook are they on,
Like,
by the way?
This is the thing that doesn't matter at all.
Yeah.
You'll never have to experience this.
Right.
It's literally a problem you'll never have.
Like another birthday problem you could say is I have a June birthday. So I never had a classroom birthday. I never had, but I never had the kids in my class going, "Hey, happy birthday!" That's like a big deal to a lot of kids.
You bring in the cupcakes and share them with everybody.
And everybody's showering you with approbation.
But also, this is something you have no experience with because your birthday is in September.
I understand that, but I've had friends who their birthday was the day after Christmas. I'm like, no one's going to feel like doing anything. They would celebrate it. Like, do you celebrate Jesus' birthday or do you celebrate your birthday? I think Jesus,
Well, Jesus' birthday was in June. My uncle, my mom's only sibling, his birthday was on December 25th. So he got a cake. We would stop the Christmas festivities, pivot to Uncle Bob's cake.
So clunky.
And why though?
My birthday's Thanksgiving, and we do the same thing.
I was gonna say,
we have
who-
regular Thanksgiving.
Thanksgiving is not a gift-giving holiday.
But under what other circumstances would you get to eat cake on Christmas? Birthday cake, which is awesome. Gwen's birthday is 1 week before Christmas. My son's birthday is 2 weeks before Christmas.
My daughter's birthday is 3 days before Christmas.
Yeah, I got a month full of December birthdays.
My mom's birthday is a week after Christmas. My dad's birthday is the same day or like the day after Gwen. So like, you just
don't skimp on the gifts.
That's
all.
You don't, but it's not as big a deal as you make it out to be.
If my birthday's on Hanukkah, if I have a day,
You better get 8 crazy nights. Is that what you're saying?
I'm just saying, the day that my birthday is, if it's in one of the 7 days of Hanukkah, I'm going to be the most
One of the
spoiled.
7.
You mean the 8 days of Hanukkah? Here's what I'm
I thought it was
saying.
8 crazy nights.
But you can't figure out what a normal amount. You don't know how much you would be getting.
I know.
You go, I'm getting short shrift. You don't know what you were gonna get.
If I got the same amount as my brother, whose birthday is not on Christmas or on Hanukkah,
Yeah.
then I'm gonna be upset. I need my bag to be heavier. I need my gifts to be bigger.
I see.
I need my budget to be wider.
I see. Whiter or wider?
Wider.
Gotcha. Wow. All right. Well, as we've already established, this affects Poundcake 0%. And yet he's really going to the mat. So
I'm a fighter. I fight for people. I feel like they should feel
You sure
special
do.
on their special day,
Yep.
regardless of.
You are a fighter when there's nothing at stake, aren't you?
Yep.
Yeah.
I want people to get their due.
Alan Poundcake's correct. My birthday is Christmas Eve, and it sucks.
Because no one cares. Like they'll say, "Oh, we want you to feel special. It's your day too." They don't care. They didn't fly in for your birthday. They flew in for Jesus.
Well, you're really taking huge leaps.
I'm saying family coming from out of state. They're like, "Oh, we came to celebrate, Corey's birthday." No, you didn't. You came for Christmas. There was nothing.
But you're getting to see family. What's the difference? Why they came in?
Because it's your personal holiday.
But
Everyone gets a personal holiday.
And that's important until like you're 10. And then who cares anymore?
But if you never
There's no adult who cares that much.
But if you never felt like that as a kid, then you never know what it's like to have your own little personal holiday. You ever had a Cody Day? Like a Cody Day is great.
Alan, birthday gifts wrapped in Christmas paper is my biggest pet peeve. Well, wrapping paper is not cheap
You gotta
either.
separate
You
it,
got to, I'm still wrapping birthday gifts for people in Christmas paper because that's what we have right now. Or you do the bag with the tissue paper. That's
what I do.
I did the Christmas paper. Well, I did Christmas presents in happy birthday paper because that's what I ran out of Christmas paper, but I had some happy birthday. And then and then I just wrote Jesus on it.
All
Happy
the gifts
birthday,
we gave our daughter
Jesus.
yesterday was all Christmas paper.
We'll get mad
Because who cares? Nobody cares. You tear it open, it's what's
Also,
inside.
Cody.
And the fact that Santa doesn't even bring you something for your birthday, he knows it's your birthday.
That's not his job.
Now you're mad at Santa?
Yes,
He's mad. For some reason, he's mad at everyone. And again, it affects him 0%.
As far as the show goes, I'm the only one whose birthday gets skipped almost every year because we're almost always off for my birthday.
Yeah.
We're on Thanksgiving.
Yep.
So don't come out here talking about
It ain't
give
the
me
same thing.
It is.
It's not a gift-giving holiday.
It's my birthday.
It's our birthday.
And we're not in studio. So it's the same. I don't get people telling me happy birthday or giving me a cupcake.
they say happy birthday to you through social media, and we all
So how's
we
that any
celebrate
different than if people were to give you happy birthday through social media on
Christmas?
Because I'm not talking about well wishes. I'm talking about gifts. I'm talking about stuff.
Oh my God.
He's like,
stuff,
save
material
your
possessions.
thoughts and prayers for the next school shooting.
You're skimping out
I
on me.
want a birthday gift.
You went Christmas shopping. You didn't say, oh, I went Cody birthday shopping and Christmas shopping. You lump it in with Christmas. I want to know that
This from
I'm
a guy
special.
it sounds like his mother has given him everything he's ever wanted as a kid just to keep him quiet.
I got a gift on my brother's birthday because she didn't want me to feel left out.
There you
That's
go.
the kind of-
there it is, yeah.
Which is absolutely
Not feel
admirable
left
on her
out.
part.
So what are you so mad for? You got extra gifts.
I got one gift, and I feel
Extra
like
gifts.
That was appropriate because she didn't want me to feel left out. I could understand
Left out. I don't want you to feel left out, even though you have no birth connection to this day. I don't want you to feel left out. I'd rather have your brother feel less special.
I feel for my people that.
But you
their-
don't.
Their birthday is on
You were-
December 24th. And
You
December
were
26th.
content to let your brother feel less special so that you wouldn't feel left out.
He got a gift on my birthday.
Same thing.
It wasn't-
Cancel each other out.
It wasn't as good. Mine was, higher quality.
Yeah. All right, listen, if it's somebody's birthday today, I got $1,000 here for you from the Buzzard Bookie, so I hope you win.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Green. That's green. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
Man, really? Thought a lot about this. I don't even know how we got on that. How did we get on
Very
that?
upset. He's been yammering for 16 minutes.
I know. Man, yammering. Great word. Alan, Seth Meyers did your joke last night. Did anybody watch Seth Meyers last night?
No.
Seth Meyers did a bit on late night where he's like, I'm getting a little bit older, and sometimes the world doesn't seem to make as much sense to me. So he's sitting there with a pipe and a sweater, and he's talking to a dog, and all it's doing is barking, but somehow he understands the dog.
Back in my day, the Chiefs weren't playing the 49ers in the Super Bowl. They were? When was that? Oh, February 2020. Oh, wait. Now I remember that game. It was Patrick Mahomes at the quarterback for the Chiefs, and now it wasn't Brock Purdy for the Niners. Who was it? Janine Garofalo. Oh, Jimmy Garoppolo. That makes more sense. Same result, though.
Oh, you're welcome. Thank you,
Worked
guys.
with Jimmy Garoppolo last night at the stand.
Oh, I saw it right. You sent us that picture.
Yes, he was.
Did you get to
the-
talk
We
to
go
her at
back
all?
to talking about birthdays.
Was she sweet?
She was very sweet. I've never seen her perform live before. I actually am not familiar with much of her stand-up at all. And
Love
it's
Janine
very,
Garofalo.
very unique and very her own. But yeah, it was very, very funny.
She doesn't live there, though, right? She was in town for something?
I have no idea.
Oh, okay.
I haven't seen her name on many lineups since I've been here. Just kind of looking around at clubs and stuff. But yeah, we did a Galentine's Day show.
What?
All female lineup.
Oh, see,
Um,
that sounds like something young Janine Garofalo would have screamed at.
But here's the thing:
She would have
is
been.
that
She would have been opposed to her core at a lineup like that.
she, I mean, the lineup itself was a very strong, very diverse lineup. Like
Mhm.
every single woman on the lineup was a killer, and
So not
completely
diverse.
different.
All women.
All
No.
women, but
They just all had
completely
abortions.
different.
I see.
Different styles, different
Mhm.
ages,
Yep.
different colors, all
Mhm.
different kinds of things.
Was she
but
the
it was,
oldest?
It was great. She was the oldest.
Yep.
Yes. But yeah, her set was.
Who
very
was the
funny.
hottest?
Oh boy, Natalie Cuomo, I think, was the hottest. She's a little bit younger, covered in tattoos, very
Yeah, I
pretty,
know who she is.
very small. That, I mean, in my opinion.
So how many girls?
5 or 6.
Okay.
Yeah, it was great.
Good.
But yeah, she was very, very nice, very sweet.
Mhm.
Shook my hand, chatted. She's tiny.
She's very small.
She is like, I'm 5'2", and she's shorter than me, so I don't even know if she's breaking 5 foot. And she's super like thin. She's a very, very tiny person. I don't know why I thought she would be like bigger, but she is not.
Well, now you know for sure.
Yeah.
Janine Garofalo is going to be 60 this year. 60. Oh, Generation X. We're heading across the Rainbow Bridge sooner than we'd like. It's a sad state of affairs. Okay, good. Did she say anything nice to you about your set, or was it not that involved?
She went first, I went last.
Oh, I
So,
see.
Yeah, she
You were
didn't
the
stick-
headliner.
No, I closed the show out. I wouldn't say headliner. We all did the same amount of time.
Yeah, all right.
But yeah, she didn't. Nobody stuck around. That's a pretty common thing here in New York. Is that pretty much after you're done with your set, everybody takes off.
You got to
No.
get on to the next thing.
Yeah.
Was she
so-
announced to be part of the show, or she just kind of hopped
Yeah.
on? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, she was like on the lineup on the website, just like everybody else.
Cool.
Yeah, it was good. Really good.
I've got to take a break here. If you want to send me a text for something, 35192. 2 hours to midnight, our metal show here on The Buzzard. We're presenting the Lamb of God Mastodon show that's going to be at Jacobs Pavilion this summer. And so if you want to get a couple of tickets for that, I will have them for you when we return, about $250 all this week. So if you want to go to that show, we'll hook that up coming back. That is August the 9th. They're going to do that out at Jacobs Pavilion. We'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS and everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app. There are many harsh lessons to be learned from the gambling experience. And when you play with the Buzzard Bookie, you won't learn any of them. There's 9 chances a day every weekday to win $1,000. You can be a complete degenerate and listen all day, get an earful of MMS, and maybe a pocket full of cash. You can't lose with the Buzzard Bookie, only on 100.7 WMMS.
This is Katina Mobley. This is what's trending from iHeart Sports Network.
Presented by Mercedes-Benz.
The Cavaliers will try to go into the All-Star
ZipRecruiter.com/RADIO. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire.
Portions of the following program were pre-recorded.
This is The Buzzard.
From the Bath Authority Studios.
The Buzzard.
The home of the Buzzard.
Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland.
Time to give stop away.
All right, our metal show here, 2 hours at midnight, presenting the Ashes of Leviathan Tour, Lamb of God, and Mastodon, your co-headliners. They are celebrating the 20th anniversary of Ashes of the Wake and Leviathan, respectively. They got Kerry King now going solo after Slayer, and Unearth rounding out the lineup. It'd be an awesome show. Friday, August 9th, it's going to go down at Jacobs Pavilion. You can go to axs.com for all the info. But I give you this pair of tickets here. Good luck. Lamb of God, Mastodon this August. For caller 10-216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Studies show that listening to classical music can temporarily raise your IQ.
I feel pretty smart.
If you're looking for the opposite effect, just stay tuned.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
35192, want to send me a text. Rob Reiner back on the show today, around 3:30. He and a director friend of his named Dan Partland have made a movie. It's called God and Country. It's about the rise of Christo-fascism all around the United States, and take it from me, it will terrify you. So I'll talk to him about that briefly. I will be putting 2 people on Mary's Polar Blast team today, since we were out yesterday. Double it up today and tomorrow, because then we're also out on Friday.
Wow.
So if you want to join Snow Babies, we're going back to Boston Mills Brandywine 1 week from this Friday. The 23rd is the 12th annual Alan Cox Show. Polar Blast Battle. Now, we do have a link for you for discount tickets. If you go to WMMS.com, just find the contest page, and it will have all of the other details there for you. My team, Coxsicles, is all set. Bill's team, Ices, is all set. And Mary's team, Snow Babies. Poundcake's the Astro Sliders. And then next week, you'll be able to go on there and vote. Tell us which team you think will win. There's simply no way to know. I don't know what kind of metrics anyone would use. It's just kind of throwing a dart at a board. I can tell you who's won the least. I mean, I think it's me.
I think you and Poundcake have only won it once. Well, you, Poundcake, and Mary have all won just one time.
I've never won it all.
Oh, you never won it all?
No.
I thought you did one year.
No, I won our goat cart challenge, whatever it was. That was the only thing I've won. I've never won the Polar Blast.
Huh.
So no, you've won one. It came down. We always do sudden death. Remember, it's always down to me and you. And last time you outran me. No,
I won last time.
No. Alan outran me.
I beat him.
The time he won.
Beat him in the dead heat or whatever.
And then Mary outran me last year. But
No,
Bill
that was
still,
2 years ago.
2 years ago, I outran you and I won.
Okay, well, regardless, my team came in last. Like, I come in like dead last usually.
That was even 2 years ago. That was 4 years ago.
It was a while ago.
Because that was the bowl cut one that you won.
Regardless.
Because last year was the first year we brought it back, and I won.
Well, I still never won one. I would like to win one. I want to slide down the line.
I would
any
like
sudden
you
death.
to win one too. Quite frankly, I have no problem with that.
I don't like the sudden deaths. I
love the sudden
I got
deaths.
my energy all shot. I'm freezing, and then there's nothing like going down to the end of the.
Your energy all shot. You climbed up a hill and slid down
but
it.
it's cold, and you're sitting there waiting. You're not going immediately, and I like a little push too. I like a little tush push.
Yeah, we can't go down on our stomachs anymore, which is a real bummer because I like doing that. I like jumping off, leaping off, and landing on your tube, and they don't let you do that anymore.
It's almost like euphoric.
I wish we could get a special papal dispensation or something on that.
When you're sliding down, it's kind of like euphoric because you're powerless. Like you just have to go where the little sled or the little tube takes you, and then when you get to a certain point, you're like, oh crap, like you see your competitors like next to you, and then you got to get up and run. So it's literally like an adrenaline rush, and you run to the end. And when I do that and I beat someone, I'm like, yeah. And then they're like, all right, well, it's sudden death. I'm like, why does it have to be sudden death all the time? Can I live somehow? And so I.
But you got to get a winner. It doesn't always. This isn't Bush v. Gore. I mean, you have to. You can't just give it to somebody. You've got to grab your tube and run. That's what makes it exciting.
There's some extra minutes in there.
That makes it exciting. If we're just sliding down and whoever slides further wins.
Can I mail in my slide?
That's still 90% of it. 90% of the results.
Need to figure out a punishment.
I know.
Here's a simple one. Everybody that loses has to do the one chip challenge.
Okay. Done.
I've already done.
Yeah, it is very similar to Poundcake eating that Reaper.
Yeah, but I mean, if everybody's doing it at the same time, I think that'd be funny.
Not one at a time. I can't even drink milk.
Yeah, right?
I guess I don't know if almond milk or oat milk also helps with that, but.
You see they announced the Fantastic Forecasting?
I did.
Nerd alert! Nerd alert! Nerd alert! If you follow the Marvel Instagram account, they finally dropped a Valentine, announced the casting for the Fantastic Four film. Again, I don't know why John Krasinski had not been in the mix since he already played him. But, and it's got to suck too. I mean, you want to be in one of these Marvel movies. Fantastic Four has already had enough iterations where they were like, they seem to be just doing it so they can nail one of them.
Well, they did it the first time because I think the first two times they did it just because Fox had the rights and they had to make something to maintain those rights. But then it got bought by Fox, got bought by Disney. So now they're just trying to get something that people want to see in
lay
the
their
MCU
claim
because
to it.
Everything has been so mediocre in the MCU since the Endgame.
Yeah, they made it with Ian Griffith back in the day, and then they made it with maybe that's the one I'm thinking of, where Kate Mara was. Anyway, Pedro Pascal, who I think that's probably the worst kept secret in the thing, is going to play Reed Richards. Vanessa Kirby, who is done those Mission Impossible movies, she's pretty foxy. She's going to be Sue Storm. Is that her name, Sue Storm?
Yeah.
And Joseph Quinn is going to be the Human Torch. He's from Stranger Things. And then they got Eben Moss-Backrack, who plays Richie on The Bear, is going to be the Thing. So I hope if you're that actor, you got to hope there's a lot of flashbacks, because the rest of the time, you're just a CGI orange rock guy running around. Like Michael Chiklis played him. Yeah. And there are very few, but I think they had practical makeup on him, actually.
Oh, he was
in like a foam rock suit. Yeah. Now it's all CGI, but so it's like you want to be in one of these movies, but if you're playing a guy who, doesn't read on camera as yourself, that's why they started to make the Hulk look more and more like Mark Ruffalo's face.
But there's characters that are just doing voice acting, and they become very beloved characters. Bradley Cooper is Rocket Raccoon. Korg, who does the
Taika Waititi.
Taika Waititi.
Yeah, but everybody like Vin Diesel is Groot.
Yeah.
So when people see Vin Diesel on the red carpet, they go, "What the hell is Vin Diesel doing there?" Because they either didn't know or they forget. And you're like, "Yeah, you're in the movie.
The check's still clear, man." I honestly think that might be the best way to be in a Marvel movie, because then then you can do other things and people don't associate you with just being that one character. Like Bradley Cooper, when he was doing that movie with the big nose, nobody's like, "Oh, just Rocket Raccoon trying to be Maestro." No, he's Bradley Cooper. And he gets to transform into those characters.
Well, plus he doesn't really sound like Bradley Cooper doing the talking raccoon.
And that's why I like that too, is he puts on a voice like it's a whole-on character.
Yeah. Yeah, that Vanessa Kirby, boy, she is. I think the last thing she was in was that Ridley Scott Napoleon movie, where Joaquin Phoenix just uses his own voice to play Napoleon. Hey, I'm Napoleon. What's going on? They go, we really like Joaquin Phoenix. Even we don't know why. But we really don't want him to try a French accent. So British, it's usually British. When in doubt, go British. No, his accents are pretty standardly terrible. What if he just uses his own voice? as Napoleon. It's a reimagining of a historical figure. Anywho.
It's like in Prince of Thieves, where everybody else has an English accent, and then here comes Kevin Costner. Hey, what's up, everybody? I'm Robin Hood. Let's go to the castle. Where's Maid Marian?
Alan, how the hell is a young man getting outrun by two? Well, this is here's a text. A young man getting outrun by two older guys and a broad. I guess Mary's the broad in this scenario.
I'm the older man.
I love it.
It depends on how far back you are. Like if my tube is further back than yours.
Careful.
If you have what?
I'm just kidding.
You have a shorter distance to run. That's just what it is. I remember the one time I fainted. That
was last year, wasn't it?
I don't think it was last year. I don't remember.
Years ago.
Passed out.
They all tie in together, but a bitch has to. There's so many variables for me. I have to wear a certain amount of layers, a certain size shoe to be able to run. Otherwise, they'll fall off my feet. I have to have a big breakfast. I can't really drink anything, like no alcohol, meaning like it's just a lot. I just being in the cold is just too much for me. Like there's just so much stuff. Like in the sun, it's fine. I could be a little dehydrated and I'm fine. Cold, no. There's so many other things I have to do to be healthy, and I hate it. That's why I don't snowboard or ski.
That's why you don't snowboard.
Yeah.
That particular reason is why you don't snowboard
And the only reason.
or ski.
I'm all for like when we were in the cabin when we went to Denver or in Colorado, Breckenridge, whatever. I was cool just by the fireplace, drinking, getting drunk. And they're like, let's take a hike. I said, the bitch don't want to take a hike. Why? It's cold and the oxygen is low up here. Like
you're in Colorado. Like that, people leave their homes every single weekend to go hiking.
We had a view from our balcony. I was like, can't I just sit here in the hot tub and just like look out at the wonderful, gorgeous view?
You do that when you come back from the hike. That's the reward.
But there's bears.
Did anybody see a bear?
No, but they're there.
Yes, bears do exist. That's true.
And they're wild out there.
Yeah, but there are usually signs to that effect. Hey, FYI, this area, you might see a bear. You know, if you're camping, that's primarily for campers. If you're camping, you don't leave food out. If you have stinky clothes, don't hang them out. There was a what?
There was a fox that kept trying to get into our house, and we were like, no, you little fox, you can't get in there. He was so cute. But I think they're vicious.
Well, I don't think you'd want a wild animal running amok through your rental, but I was explaining the dark, violent history of Valentine's Day to my second grader this morning. And
what a fun dad.
I hope that sent her off to class with a better understanding of the day. And, you know, we sent her off with her little a decorated bucket so everybody could put Valentine's in there. And I said, remember, honey, let everybody know this is a day celebrating someone who was decapitated for their efforts. Have fun. Go learn something. That's how I like to send my kid off to school.
I used to be mean in those little Valentine's Day cards.
Of course you did.
You're my chief petty officer. I would expect nothing less.
Well,
why would you be mean?
Well, there was just kids in there that I didn't like, and I didn't feel like I felt you should get a Valentine's Day gift because you deserve it, not because the class makes you give everyone a gift.
That is the part that sucks, is you got to give them to everyone.
And I was like,
Right. I was getting beat up on the regular, and I was like, I got to put a stupid thing in this box here.
Yep. So the night before, we would have all the Valentines for everyone in the class, all scattered around. My mom would help me fold them and put a candy in each one. And then after she was done, I would take my little marker and write a little remark in there. I was like, happy Valentine's Day, so-and-so. I'm sorry you have a bubble head, but here's a sucker to take, so you can enjoy yourself.
But wouldn't that ensure that they would come after you with some kind of...
They already were. There wasn't anything I can do, so I was going to get my lick in.
A bubble head. Wow.
I was like, here, to soak your wounds a little bit, here's a sucker.
To soak your wounds, here's a sucker.
I got my lick.
Well, now they just have... There's a billion ways you can do it now. They have like the little prepackaged things. You just sign your name to it and you drop them in the kids. But yeah, I remember... let's say kindergarten, right? I was in kindergarten in the 70s, The 1970s, Bill.
Yeah, I know.
So nobody's unclear. And, yeah, you had to write a thing for every, person, and you drop it. And who cares?
Yeah, I got caught one year because I was coughing on a guy's Valentine's Day card that I didn't like. Or it wasn't his card, it was his pail. Everyone had, just like Nora has, a little pail that they would sit by their
You were
desk.
purposely coughing on his pail, yeah. Right, yeah.
And my teacher was like, what are you doing? Yeah. I was like, sorry.
Putting phlegm on it, yeah.
I was like, I'm sorry. I just felt a little something in my throat there, putting this into so-and-so's bucket. Doink. And then I'd go about my way.
I have to say, I am kind of surprised it's something that still exists in schools. As bonkers as people have gone over take your pick, it is something I'm surprised is still around, is the Valentine's Day thing.
They got rid of everything else fun. We used to have
But is it fun? Like,
yeah. We used to have opposite sex day at our school. They got rid of that. That was problematic.
Yeah.
No more Spirit Week. What do you guys do for Spirit Week now?
What the hell is Spirit? Oh, like when there's a big game coming up?
I guess we had it, but like now it's just you wear game colors. Like it was like have a crazy hair day. They would do that. They would do
usually leading up to homecoming.
Something.
You
and
do Spirit Week.
And then they did opposite sex day, which again, looking back on it, I can see why it's controversial now, but then it was just fun, and I didn't even get a chance to do it because this was for high schoolers.
Because you didn't care about the opposite sex.
No, it was guys dressed like girls and girls dressed like guys, and I don't know.
Oh, you could have gone to school as a wish a bitch would.
Pretty much.
Yeah, he was the only 8th grader that was tucking.
But I didn't get a chance to do it. I think I was in primary school, and my brother was in middle school. And by the time I got there, he got all the good stuff. He got Spirit Week, opposite sex day, and then he got to go to Washington, D.C. I didn't get to do none of that stuff. It was all gone by the time I got there. So
and he got a present on your birthday.
A lesser present.
Yeah.
Equal or lesser value.
Hey, guys. Hate the show. Had an opinion question for you. As fans of comedy and experienced comedians, who do you guys think historically is kind of known as a good comedian? However, they really just don't hit with you guys. You don't like them very much. I listen to the iHeartRadio comedy channel, and I think a person for me like that would be Steve Martin.
Steve, you don't like Steve Martin?
I can see why people wouldn't like that. That's
a very different kind of comedy.
Very different kind of comedy. Definitely of its time. I don't know how much it holds up. For me, one that never hit the way it did for other people is Eddie Murphy, because by the time I watched his comedy specials, it had been 25, 30 years, and I had already heard a bunch of other comedians do their version of his jokes. So I was just like, oh, this could have been funny if I saw him do it, but I've already heard so many people rip it off that it's no good anymore. So that one is like, I can't, you can't.
Other people ruined Eddie Murphy's stand-up for you.
Yeah, because I'd heard people steal his jokes and tell his jokes and pass them off as his own, or as their own, and I was just like, oh, okay. And they also,
like Michael Scott doing Chris Rock.
Yeah, kind of. Well, that was
and
one.
not doing them as well.
Right, exactly.
They're
Obviously,
doing
but
the open mic version.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, these aren't like famous comedians. These are people that are, open mic level, but doing his material. And I was just like,
yeah, I mean, for me, I think it goes to your thing about of the time. Like for me, Lenny Bruce, I couldn't get in. I felt like I was supposed to be into Lenny Bruce. I read the book, Ladies and Gentlemen, Lenny Bruce, which is a fantastic book. But that was very much like, I like jokes. He wasn't really doing jokes, I mean, the guy was
doing
getting
social commentary.
Yeah, which I don't mind, but it's like, it was that was a very different situation. But so many people that I like were like, oh, Lenny Bruce. Then you go back and you're like, oof, this is not, this ain't for me.
Sam Kinison.
Oh yeah, you mentioned
I
Kinison.
do not like Sam Kinison.
Yeah,
he's a screaming.
But I don't think
man.
that's a controversial opinion at all. I mean that's a.
But I mean, a lot of people say he's one of the best to ever do it.
Mm-hmm.
And I disagree.
I was surprised, just perfectly randomly a couple of weeks ago, I was listening to the first Eddie Murphy record, and I forgot how many added laughs are in that album. because Eddie Murphy was obviously very, very funny guy. You know, people are he's the guy that people want to bring back and do stand-up, and I think his thought has always been, you know, I don't want to take a chance of murdering whatever legacy I might have. Maybe he will, I don't know. But that first Eddie Murphy record, there's a lot of added laughter in it, and I don't know if that was a function of just that time. There were a lot of comedy records back in the day that got sweetened a lot. That's what they called it. They would add...
Which means add sugar to.
They would add laughs, right? Like Robert Klein is one of my favorite comedians. There's a lot of added laughs in like Robert Klein records. So I don't know if maybe that was just standard operating procedure or what, but Eddie Murphy obviously is a guy who easily could stand on his own. The freaking guy was on SNL when he was 21, and very, very funny comic. But, yeah, a lot of added laughs in those. And then for Poundcake, I would imagine... the guy that everybody else likes that he doesn't is Jeff Dunham. I don't know. I don't know that he's even thought of it.
I mean, I like Monique, and you guys don't like Monique.
Monique. Right. I'm not that familiar with her work, I have to say. I'm not that familiar with her stand-up. So I couldn't say one way or the other.
I mean, I know her when I first watched her on The Parkers. I didn't know she was a stand-up comedian first. I knew her as an actress. I used to love The Parkers. So that
was a UPN show?
I guess. It was on BET when I was growing up. So my brother would watch 106 in Park, and then I would watch we both would watch The Parkers. And it was just a very female-oriented sexual harassment, because she would harass this professor all the time. Like, she would stalk his house and end up in his bed and like spy on him through the window, beat up bitches that he would bring home. Like, it was very
sounds kind of old-timey.
I mean, it was the late 90s, early 2000s.
No, I know when it was on, but I mean that conceit that like they're trying to get somebody else out of the way so I can have her all to myself. You know, it feels.
Yeah, she would always like just beat this dude down to the point where he was like, "Fine, Miss Parker, I will go on a date with you." She's like, "Okay, great." Like, and she would just like, I don't know. It was funny.
I'm going to put Monique on my list again. Just because of the way Poundcake's describing this show.
He's not our primary reenactor here on the program, okay?
Hey, Professor Hulkavy.
Yeah, Professor Hulkavy. He's back again. I got 2 spots on Mary's Polar Blast team. We're going back a week from Friday, the Polar Blast Battle, our annual tubing race at Boston Mills Brandywine on the 23rd. And since we were out yesterday, I'm going to get 2 slots filled today. If you want to join her team, it's called Snow Babies. We'll do that coming back. I'll also have Creed tickets for you later on for people who have been hitting me up for those. Going to talk to Rob Reiner a little closer to 3:30 as well. And the next chance for you to grab $1,000 is coming up from the Buzzard book.
It's the Alan Cox Show. Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app.
Or whatever smart device you have.
Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
iHeart, are you ready? Our 2024 iHeartRadio Music Awards are coming to Fox.
Live from Los Angeles, Monday, April 1st.
The biggest stars from all genres of music are nominated, and it's up to you, the iHeartRadio listener, to decide who wins.
And the iHeartRadio Music Award goes to...
The iHeartRadio Music Award goes to...
Who had the best lyrics? Who had your favorite tour style? The best music video? Best fan army?
Get your votes in for these categories and more at iHeartRadio.com/awards.
And get ready to celebrate with all of the artists who are nominated.
Hey, it's Taylor Swift.
It's your boy Jelly Roll. 21 Savage, the Foo Fighters.
It's Olivia Rodrigo.
Hi, this is Shakira.
It's Morgan Wallen.
What's up, y'all? I'm Beyonce.
We're Fall Out Boy.
And there are so many more.
Make plans to join us April 1st, live on Fox and iHeartRadio stations across America.
For our 2024 iHeartRadio Music Awards.
From the Universal Windows Direct Weather Center, WMMS Weather.
Tonight, increasing clouds, low of 25. Tomorrow, snow changing to rain, high of 46. Friday, mostly cloudy, high 34.
This report is sponsored by Levin Furniture and Mattress.
President's Day weekend at Levin is the biggest furniture and mattress sale of the year. Save an extra 25% off, plus get 60-month special financing with no money down and hundreds of doorbusters. Hurry through Monday at Levin.
If you're hiring, it can feel like you're trying to find a needle in a haystack. You can hope the right person comes along, or you can just use ZipRecruiter. And now you can try it for free at ziprecruiter.com/radio. In fact, ZipRecruiter has helped a lot of business owners find their needle in a haystack, like Marco, president of operations at Telly Tires and Auto Centers. Because Telly Tires has grown a lot in the last few years, Marco needed to hire everyone from a receptionist to a store manager to a head mechanic.
ZipRecruiter helps me find all the right people, even the most difficult jobs to fill. ZipRecruiter helps me keep my business running.
Take it from Marco and millions of other businesses who've used ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter can help you find the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/RADIO. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire.
Ever wonder what's around the next corner? Past the trees, into the canyons, over the mountains, or through the desert. That's where adventure lives. Take a Nissan SUV and go find it.
You know the biggest games are won in the trenches, right? Even armpit trenches. That's right. Luckily, Old Spice, the greatest smell in the NFL, has you covered. Grab a 4-pack of Old Spice Swagger deodorant at Costco today. When you use Old Spice daily, you get 24/7 odor protection. It's like an entire offensive line fending off unwanted odors. It's only available for a limited time, so rush to Costco now. Old Spice, official locker room product of the NFL and Super Bowl 58.
WMMS and Brew Kettle are teaming up with Discount Drug Mart to give you a chance to bounce into the best seat in the house, courtside at an upcoming Cleveland basketball game. Head to Discount Drug Mart, scan the QR code on the Brew Kettle beer display, and you'll be registered to win.
It may be winter outside, but inside the IX Center, it's golf season. The Cleveland Golf and Travel Show is February 16th through the 18th. Shop, compare, and save on golf equipment, apparel and accessories, even vacation packages. For tickets, go to clevelandgolfshow.com.
Kia of Streetsboro, 99 cents get you driving. Kia of Streetsboro, 99 cents down. Kia of Streetsboro, stop in and see how much you'll save. Kia of Streetsboro, Kia of Streetsboro.com.
Hey Cleveland, Kia of Streetsboro is bringing the heat and unleashing crazy savings, like $12,000 off a 2023 Kia EV6. And hey, if an adventure
right, I'm looking for 2 people today who want to join us a week from Friday for the 12th annual Alan Cox Show Polar Blast Battle. It's our annual tubing race out at Boston Mills Brandywine. Mary's team putting people on snow babies this week. All the info for you at WMMS.com. It's a completely free event. You can come hang. We do our race. We go party in the lodge. It's a good time. Matitude's going to spin. We got a link for you as well for discount tubing tickets. So again, WMMS.com. But you got to get on the team here. So callers 10 and 11, you'll join Team Snow Babies on the 23rd. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
It's not every day you hear him complain about something. Wait, yes it is. Alan Cox. On 100.7 WMMS.
I got another $1,000 for you in about 8 minutes. And I'll be talking to Rob Reiner, who was on the show last fall. Talked to him about a JFK podcast he was doing. He's got a new movie out called God and Country. Pick his brain about that shortly. Cavaliers coming off a loss. Philly was in town, and they beat the Cavs by 2 points. They will get a crack at the Bulls tonight. That's a 7:30 tip-off here on MMS. 7 o'clock is when the pregame coverage will begin. And then the Magic will be here Thursday night. I saw that they just retired Shaq's jersey. The Orlando Magic. I was surprised that hadn't already been done.
Yeah, that's kind of weird that it took so long.
It's the first jersey retired by the Orlando Magic. That surprised me, too. Shaq wore number 32 for the Magic. What number did he wear when he was with the Cavs?
I think 32.
Oh, yeah?
32 or 33, maybe 33.
He was the first overall draft pick. He was the first player to make an all-star team in an Orlando Magic uniform. He was the first rookie of the year. He was the first all-NBA selection. And I think he has said publicly that he couldn't imagine that the Magic would retire his jersey, but they did that. Last night, Magic lost to the Oklahoma City Thunder, but everybody stayed. And he said, you know, I started my professional career here, and I've been living here mostly all my life. It was a big, big deal. Isn't he like a volunteer sheriff or something? And Shaq some kind of cop?
Somewhere, yeah. I think that was in
He and Steven
Louisiana.
Seagal?
Yeah.
He was only with them for 4 seasons, but I guess they wanted to hang something from the rafters. He said that Magic fans have always been very, very good to him. And he was excited to see the whole thing take place. Notice that if you were able to see that the jersey there hanging from the rafters, actual size. Because he's a big guy.
He's so big.
He's so big. Yeah, he's so big. Yep. So congratulations to Shaq, who was in Orlando he played here, played for the Lakers. He was thumping around in those giant clodhoppers for a handful of teams. The Magic are celebrating their 35th season, and they drafted him number 1 overall. I remember when he was coming out of college, Shaquille O'Neal was a big deal. He's in Blue Chips with Nick Nolte. I think that was kind of a thinly veiled adaptation of Bobby Knight and the Hoosiers. Yeah, even though the Hoosiers had been made into a movie, but that wasn't about Bobby Knight. Penny Hardaway and Dennis Scott and Nick Anderson, a lot of guys who played on the Magic with Shaq were there. The foundation of his Hall of Fame career started in Orlando. They already retired his jersey with the Lakers. When are the Cavs going to retire Shaq's jersey?
You know, I don't know if he's going to get that from the Cavs because he was only there for 1 season and didn't play a lot because he was injured a lot, and it didn't go great. don't know if he'll get that honored.
Oh, what better reason, though, to retire his jersey than he didn't do much when he was here?
Well, it's an
They go, you
honor,
know what?
not something you give to someone that didn't do much.
Well, but it's Cleveland. I mean, you should, when you look up, who do they have up there now? Larry Nance Sr.?
Mhm.
Whose jerseys do they have up there?
Probably Steve Kerr.
Yeah.
Not Steve Kerr.
No, not Steve Kerr.
I'm sorry. Mark Price, Brad Doherty,
yeah.
Austin Carr,
Yeah.
World Be Free, Zadrunas Sakauskas.
There you go. Put Shaq's up there. What's the matter with that?
I just don't think I don't think they will.
All right. World Be Free. Wow, he's up there? Man.
I think so.
All right. You're probably right. Take your word for it. You can leave us messages anytime you like, by the way. Alan Cox Show After Hours line is always available to you. It is 216-986-8903.
Alan Caleb can't listen to the podcast from Monday. Bill and Poundcake were talking about the random assortment of leftovers. I do this. I have a couple pops and think I'm doing my wife a favor by cleaning up and sending food home with people. I basically got banned because one year I sent every bit of Thanksgiving food home with everyone else. The only thing I kept was a drumstick.
Is that a faux pas to send all of the leftovers home with everybody?
Yeah, you don't want to send all of it. You want to make sure you have some. Yeah.
Huh. All right.
I mean, especially in a family situation, you want, you're trying to make your kids live off that food for a couple days because you spent so much money on it.
They're going to be living off turkey sandwiches.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, listen, don't tempt them with a good time. Kansas City police are investigating shots at the Kansas City Chiefs Super Bowl rally parade. Several people struck there in Kansas City where they just can't have anything nice. Shots fired there. Hey, Kansas City, want to come out? Want to celebrate?
World Be Free is not up there, by the way.
He's not up there, but he did play for the Cavs.
He did.
Yeah, for a couple of seasons. The Kansas City Fire Department says that a shooting did happen, that several people were struck, and they are calling it a fluid situation. Does that mean people are bleeding out? So congratulations to the people. Were there shots fired at the Cavs championship parade?
Yes, later in the day.
Later in the day, not at the parade.
It was like once the parade was kind of over, it was over by the casino. Wasn't quite parade, it was just, but yeah, it happened.
Mm-hmm. That's right. All right, well, congratulations to them. I just hope that Taylor Swift wasn't hit. That probably would have been front page news had that.
No, they probably wouldn't have. Nobody would have reported on that.
No?
No.
You don't think so?
No, of course not.
Let me try something here.
Oh, God damn it.
Hello, Bill.
Hey, who's this?
Bill is your friend Timothy Mozgov.
Hey, what's up, Mozgov? It's been a while.
Farland Barley of Cleveland Cavaliers.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember I called you a few times?
Yeah.
Do you know that the Magic going to retire my jersey?
They are? You didn't even play a game for them, I don't think.
That's what I told them. They said, no, we retire Shaquille O'Neal jersey, retire Mozgov jersey. Very, very proud. Full family come for a ceremony, Bill.
But I don't know. Are they retiring it, or did they even make? I don't even think you ever had a jersey for the Magic. I don't think you.
That's what surprised me. They never made Mozgov jersey.
I'm pretty sure you were acquired and then released.
I took a large piece of butcher paper, I cut hole in it, I put over my body, I wrote Magic on front, I wrote Mozgov on back.
And that's what they're retiring? Is a large piece of butcher paper?
That's right, Bill. They're also retiring.
Well, that's exciting. What else are they retiring?
They're retiring Mozgov jersey in Cleveland.
Oh, they are?
They are, yes.
What number did you wear?
They were numbered.
Was that in Russian?
I said my phone cutting out, I'm sorry. I were numbered. You remember this. They're so happy.
Hold on, I'm going to look it up.
They called me, the Dan Gilbert called Say to Moscow, we miss you. We'd like you to come back to Cleveland and to retire your jersey. Just like what is this music? Terrible.
It is not great.
I don't like this music.
Oh, that's so much funner.
I
feel like we're playing little Tetris now.
Better, Bill. Thank you.
Oh, you did have a number for the Magic. You were number 21.
21.
And with the Cavs, you're number 20.
I wrote in butcher paper. That's right, because in Cleveland Cavaliers spell Moscow one less. I was one less in Cleveland. But I want to let you know, so maybe you can come support Moscow.
Okay, well, if just tell me the time and date, and I'll see if I can make it.
It will be.
I can't make it.
Not even tonight?
No, especially not tonight. I got things planned already.
You're retiring. Figure this out. Retiring Moscow jersey when the Bulls are in town.
And what's the significance of that?
I don't know. That's a good question. They just told me, hey, come for Bulls. Maybe they want me to play.
I don't think they want you to play.
All right.
My guess is they don't want you to play.
You can't come, Bill.
I won't come.
Fine. I'll still keep calling you, Bill.
Alrighty.
Don't forget about Moscow.
I'll never forget about you.
Number 20.
Whoops. Huh? All right, I got to give you money, and then I have more than 6, but fewer than 10 minutes with actor-director Rob Reiner. We're going to talk about his new movie. So here's $1,000 for you. It's your last week, your last handful of days this go-round to get some of this cash, so I hope you win. Good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Grand. That's grand. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
All right, Rob Reiner and his buddy Dan Partland, they are both directors, obviously. They have created a new film called God and Country. It is about the rise of Christian nationalism in the United States and its effect on the political system.
More than 6, but fewer than 10 minutes. With somebody on the phone.
Well, guys, I got to tell you, first off, congratulations, because we're only 6 weeks into 2024, and you've already dropped the best horror movie of the year.
Yeah, well, it's definitely a wake-up call, and it's tough to look at. But what we try to do is get to the roots of this political movement that is not only a danger to democracy, but a danger to Christianity, and show that if this movement is allowed to continue the way it has been, up to and including violence that we saw on January 6th, our wonderful experiment of 249 years of self-rule could become crashing to an end.
Dan, how did you and Rob come together on this? Did one of you approach the other? Was it something that the two of you had been talking about for a while?
I really began the project out of concern for American democracy, but we learned along the way is that it represents an equal danger to the American church because of the ways that it really has co-opted religion to turn it into a political tool. There's nothing wrong with people having their political beliefs informed by their faith. Everybody expects that to be the case, but the question with Christian nationalism is what really does it have to do with Christianity? It's not it's a political belief, and it's not really based on core Christian tenets. It's really based on distorting them. That's very, very good for bringing wealth and power to the leaders of the movement, but isn't really clear how that helps anybody's spiritual journey, or at least not consistent with the teachings of Christ.
The Constitution has not one single mention of God. I'm an atheist, so I think it's all nonsense. But the conventional wisdom is that we have the most to lose in a society that goes in this direction. But I think the greater loss is among honest people of faith, Rob.
Yes, there's no question about it. And the beauty of American democracy is the Constitution, which starts with the words, "We the people." and it gives the power to the people, not to a deity, not to a particular religion, but to the people. And it talks very clearly different times in the Constitution about the separation of church and state, which allows you to have religious freedom up to and including atheism. It says we will make no religion. There will be no religious test. It gives everybody in America the right to pray and believe what they want to believe. When you start down a road of extremism, whether it's Christianity, Judaism, Islam, whatever, and you go down the road of extremism and you say that anything you do is okay because you're doing it in the name of God, that's dangerous. It's dangerous not only to the society, but in this case, it's dangerous to the Christian teachings. It has nothing to do with the teachings of Jesus. It's so far afield from that. And the prominent religious leaders, devout Christians of faith in the film, say that very thing, that this is a danger to Christianity, not just a danger to the democracy.
And there's a scene where one of the authors says that, like, conservative talk ended up being better for ratings than Christian preaching. Is what we used to turn on, a channel and you'd see somebody preaching, but it basically it's as mundane as the bottom line in many ways, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it is. I mean, one of the things that the film explores that a lot of people in the mainstream culture don't really understand is just the size and the scale of Christian media. It's enormous, and it is possible to have 100% of your media diet, if you will, come from Christian media. And over time, Christian media has become more and more focused on conservative politics for reasons that you said, which is it's better ratings than Christian preaching. Christian preaching can be a little bit dry, but the politics is a really good draw. And so over time, I think what is Christian and what is conservative have really become melded, at least in the context of Christian media. And that's the place that a lot of people are getting all of their media.
Before I let you go, Rob, I had talked to you and Soledad O'Brien last fall about your JFK podcast, and I kicked myself for neglecting to mention to you how much I absolutely loved the Albert Brooks documentary, and thank you for making that.
Oh, thank you so much. It was my pleasure. I loved making it. Albert's my dear friend, and the fact that he liked it, I was very happy.
He's one of my favorites. Rob Reiner, Dan Partland have made a movie called God and Country, and if you have any concern at all about the direction that these things are kind of moving, it won't assuage your fears, but it's a very, very compelling watch. Appreciate your time, guys. Thanks very much.
Thanks for having us, Alan.
More than 6, but fewer than 10 minutes. With somebody on the phone.
All right, Rob Reiner and Dan Partland. The movie is called God and Country. It's going to be limited in theaters. It's going to be out this Friday. I have to take a break here. If you want to send me a text for anything, 35192, AlanCoxShow.com is where you can watch live. If you want to go see Creed, that reunion tour brings them to Cleveland this year. I will have those tickets for you on the way back.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on our
fry co-pilot.
Just like us. We're like the bag boys.
What?
Bag boys, what you gonna do? What you gonna do when we bring your food?
For a deal you can count on, bet on Biggie and choose wisely. Choose Wendy's.
Bag boys.
U.S. price and participation may vary. Includes choice of JVC or crispy chicken sandwich with 4-piece nuggets, junior fry, and small soft drink. Third-party delivery pricing may be higher.
This is The Buzzard.
From the Bath Authority Studios.
The Buzzard.
The home of the Buzzard.
Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS. Cleveland.
Time to give stop away.
I want to go see Creed. They have all kissed and made up. And what was supposed to be a one-shot deal on a cruise, they said, hey, let's see if people are still excited to see us. The tour is called Are You Ready? They're taking Three Doors Down and Mammoth WVH with them. That's Wolfie Van Halen. And all three of them going to be here the 22nd of November. That's the Friday before Thanksgiving at the Romo Fijo, RocketMortgageFieldhouse.com. That's where you find the info on tickets. Want to win them? Be caller 10, 2 for Creed and Company. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Our live stream is now Scratch and Sniff, in that you can scratch the screen and then sniff your fingers. Yeah, the Alan Cox Show. 100.7 WMMS.
Watch live if you like at AlanCoxShow.com. If you need to email me for anything, you can do it there. Thank you again to Val and Times for assisting. Cavaliers play tonight. The Chicago Bulls are in town. 7:30 is the tip-off here on WMMS, your FM home for Cleveland Cavaliers basketball. Bulls are not a great team right now. They're at about, I think they're below 500, actually. But they'll be here tonight to peddle their wares, as it were, at 7:30. And then the Cavs will play the Magic tomorrow night, and they'll hit the road for a little bit. Maybe get a chance to beat the Sixers in Philly, since they lost to them the other night. Since today is Valentine's Day, it's not, it shouldn't go without mentioning that it is also a day for self-love. And are you right in there? And you might recall last summer, I was telling you about this professor, an esteemed man in academia, a guy by the name of Themis Matsoukas. The guy ordered that from Taza, a Lebanese grill, the other night. It was delicious. Themis Matsoukas is a professor at Penn State University. That's no small institution of learning. This was the guy who got caught on wildlife cameras doing all kinds of stuff to himself in a park. Do you remember this at all? This was last summer.
Yeah.
This is a guy who immediately, I think he lost his job, or at least he was put on administrative leave, and he looks like a regular guy. He looks like what you might expect a Penn State professor to look like. He's wearing a suit, got short gray hair. And this guy was caught on wildlife cameras, like people who put these things up in the state parks to study animals. This guy apparently didn't know they were there, or he did. And maybe he was playing to the camera. I don't know. But they had initially said, yeah, this guy was doing all kinds of wild stuff out there. And he got caught because he probably didn't realize that the cameras were there. Well, they've gotten a bit more specific about what this guy was doing. Because initially they said that he was caught on camera at Rothrock State Forest engaging in sex acts with his dog. So he initially, I would think, took the dog for a walk. And then at some point, how do you make that transition? All right, the walk portion is over. But now we've got some other stuff we've got to take care of. So this guy goes out there and starts taking his clothes off, and they got search warrants for all of his electronic devices, and they found over 50 videos just on his stuff of him engaging in lewd acts in the state park.
With his dog.
Some, not all. And this is where the self-love comes in. You know, self-love doesn't always have to be mental. Sometimes it can be physical. Sometimes it could be both. One of the videos showed him standing on top of a park pavilion. You know what those are? They're like the fixed structures in a park, right? You might go under if it rains. Maybe a couple of picnic tables there, right, for parties. There was a video of him standing on top of the park pavilion, performing sexual acts with a tree branch.
Bro. This guy likes nature way too much.
Yeah, at what point do you go, well, I mean...
Is he putting the tree branch up his butt?
I don't know what this guy's doing, but that's between him and the tree, is what I say. They also, additional videos showed him performing different sex acts at different parts around the park. So this guy likes to mix it up. I don't know if the guy's married or whatever. They said that every time anybody would be nearby, like a vehicle or other park goers, this guy would, quote, attempt to act casual. That is an important part of something like this. If you're going to be in a state park, banging a tree branch or whatever, you must act casual if other people are around. You don't want to draw attention to it. Imagine if you went to Penn State and this guy was your professor. You know, he's probably a professor of some arcane area of expertise, you know, and you're one of the 15 people majoring in it. Oh, I'm getting my degree in Greek antiquities. And this guy goes, yeah, I'm not teaching anymore because I was caught molesting a tree. So they find videos of this guy doing stuff all over the park.
Heard of tree huggers. This is ridiculous.
That is correct. He was also performing sexual acts on, I'm just reading this as written, performed sexual acts on himself with a lollipop.
Was he listening to Lil Wayne at the time?
How many licks until I get to the middle? And then he was also caught pleasuring himself in a pond. So imagine you pop one off there.
Oh,
and then, you know,
we were hoping that was pond scum.
Let's move that S over and we'll write up a new sign. Frank, get the paint. Troopers say one of the owner of one of the camps turned over other trail camera videos. And this was the same guy that people were reporting that there had been a nude hiker. And they think that it was this guy. Other videos showed him on other picnic tables at the camps, performing sex acts involving flowers and, quote, fecal matter. Man, this guy, I don't know if the guy's married. I don't know what his personal situation is, but this guy, when he parties, he parties. He was arraigned.
I don't want to go to those parties, though.
He was. You don't want to see a guy bang a tree with a blow pop in his cornhole. You know.
I mean, when you put it like that, yeah, no, I don't.
That used to be the Jim Rose thing when Lollapalooza was traveling the country.
Jim Rose Circus, yeah.
Yeah. He's been released on bail. Of course, he's also been released from Penn State University. But, man, you're out there. You think you're just having fun. You're not bothering anybody. You're not getting off on people seeing you. You're just enjoying nature. You're communing with the environment. Now, the whole dog thing, that's no good. That's very South Euclid. But the other stuff, he just wanted to, maybe it was right after Halloween. And he's like, what am I going to do with all this extra candy? Well, I'll go out to the park and make love to it, to these lollipops. And then I'll go pleasure myself in a pond.
What do you do with the gum that was on the inside? What do you do with the gum, Alan?
I don't know. What's in the pond? So anyway, the trials and tribulations of Professor Themis Matsoukas continue out there in Pennsylvania. And, of course, he was at Penn State, but that was a story that was just starting to kind of unfold last June. Why they released a follow-up story with more details, I don't know.
Gets the clicks.
Is that what it is?
Oh, yeah.
Well, they got me, boy.
Yeah.
But
I'm sure you're not the only one. I'm sure there's people talking about this all over the place. And then they, people look it up and they end up going to that website, getting them clicks.
Well, job well done, whatever that web page was that I went to. Because imagine, if you're that lollipop company, it might seem counterintuitive to get some kind of PR from that. But the candy business, it's cutthroat.
I think Blow Pop's trying to get in on that.
That's what I'm saying. It's either,
Charms people are like, oh, we got a new ad campaign.
Blow Pops are delicious. Saw this guy nude jogging through the state park, and he was blowing a bubble out his ass. I didn't know what the hell was going on. I thought it was a pink tumor at first. He was just finishing a blow pop. They're also telling people on Valentine's Day to be careful of these AI scams. Oh, you got to look out for the AI these days. You got to look out for the scams. I don't worry about scams because I've recently come into a large amount of money. And so that should...
you can hand it out.
That should be able to bankroll whatever litigation I might find myself embroiled in. I got this email from somebody overseas.
No,
there's a lot of money with my name on it. So
did you have to send them money to get that money?
I did.
Oh, good,
yep.
good. That's how you know it's legit.
That's what I'm saying. So I don't worry about getting scammed because I have a lot of money coming.
Well, here's the thing, Bill.
And that'll be kind of a nice financial cushion.
He sends them iTunes gift cards. They send him cash money into his bank account. Direct deposit.
Mary, I don't think iTunes gift cards are a thing, all right? I mean, not since I bought them all out.
You bought all of them?
Everyone.
Are those still a thing, iTunes gift cards?
I think so.
Probably.
Really? All right, well, make myself a note. No, they're telling people, look, this AI, boy, simply no, I didn't know what that stands for. But nevertheless, you can't spell Valentine without A and I. And these poor people that they're just looking for somebody to love. And they get taken on this day of the year. It's got to be like Christmas if you're a scammer online, Valentine's Day, looking for lonely hearts. Christmas or your birthday. Talk to Cody about how the gifts should be distributed. But whether it's Christmas or your birthday, they're saying be on the lookout. And you don't have to be, you might think, I'd never get scammed. What does every person who gets scammed say? I can't believe it happened to me. I'm a smart person. I'm out there looking for stuff. One of Stevie Nicks' background singers got scammed out of $1 million.
Their background singers are making that much?
Well, over the course of her life, I mean, she might have, her husband, I guess, died not long ago, and so she was crestfallen, and maybe that's what kind of led her, because the guy online looked like her husband, she said.
He looked very much like my husband. That was part of what made me finally say okay after 4 months of him writing to me every day, calling me all the time on Facebook. He needed $140,000 for the logistics company. I checked the logistics company. It was a real company. He must have had somebody on the inside working for him. And then it just snowballed.
Right. Now, the photos, the man in the picture is a real person, but they look very photoshopped. He said, this is not the first time people have used my picture. I'm sorry to this lady, but I had nothing to do with it. Now, again, this is a woman in grief. Her husband died a few years ago. And here's a guy, an Australian entrepreneur. And all it took was for this guy to look like her husband. And she thought, all right, it must be real because he looks like my husband. And so this guy told her that he literally worked in a gold mine in Australia and that he needed money to get his business going. Her name's Liza Likens. She's a professional backup singer. She's gone on the road with Stevie Nicks and Linda Ronstadt and others. And for 2.5 years, she was sending him money. He convinced her that he was in love with her and would join her at her home in Las Vegas.
When the time is right.
I just have to wrap up my business here at this Australian gold mine, and then I'll be right along, my love. She used up all of her savings and sold her house to give him money. So she clearly doesn't have children either, because they probably would have told her, Mom. But again, this just goes to show you what the depths of grief can do. You know, shortly after, I don't know if you know this. Of course, if you're new to the show, you might not know. Mary and I, neither of us have dads.
Nope.
And it was shortly after hers passed away that she told, I hope I'm not telling tales out of school, but she told me in confidence. She said, Alan, no matter what happens, please don't tell anyone. I said, of course I won't. She told me in confidence that she was going to take an overdose of applesauce. You know, if you know anything about apples, you know that those seeds, they've got a infinitesimal amount of cyanide in them, but concentrated in just the right way. It's a final and delicious decision. And I said, no, don't do that, Mary. You've got so much to live for. Of course, at the time, she didn't believe me.
Right.
At the time, I didn't believe me. But she needed to hear something positive.
And that's what you're there for, always. AC positive right there.
I'm Captain Fun. That's right. I'm the one telling my second grader that Valentine's Day was born from decapitation. But listen, this lady, so despondent after the death of her husband, that she gave this guy all of her money.
Is that why it's tradition to give head on Valentine's Day?
Well, I've never heard that phrase before, and I'd appreciate
That's about the guy being beheaded.
If I didn't hear it again. But listen, Valentine's Day can mean many things to many people. But this lady, what do they always say? I didn't think it could happen to me. And then, of course, they're always embarrassed and humiliated. She has since enlisted a company to, oh boy, she doesn't learn, does she? I've enlisted a company to help me track down the scammers. I'm sure that's on the up and up, too. She said she hopes to flip the script and have them arrested. Yep. This company said they're going to go all the way to Nigeria for me. If she gave this dude all her money, I don't know how she's
got
affording
more.
them. Yeah. Yep. But the guy in the photos is a man in Germany, and he says he's also a victim because his photos have been used many, many times to scam women. And unfortunately, you don't really have any recourse because Facebook, they couldn't give a fat frog's ass what is online of you. They don't care if you're naked. They don't care if people are sharing fake photos of you. They don't care. You can have Mark Zuckerberg stand up in front of committee and turn around to the families and fake cry and apologize all you want. They're not changing a goddamn thing. So this lady lost all of her money, and it could happen to, you know, what do we always say? It could never happen to a Stevie Nicks background singer. But look, it did happen.
What's more embarrassing? If I end up alone, I lose all my money to an internet love scam, or I lose all my money to a slot machine.
Well, the love scam is more embarrassing.
Is it?
Yes.
Mine. How they get
It's embarrassing. I mean, the slot machine, there's a lot of people doing that. I don't think any of them are embarrassed. They're bummed out.
The only time I remotely got scammed, obviously it wasn't love, but it was like affection, like someone commented on one of my pictures. They sent it to me. They're like, this is a gorgeous picture of you. I would really love if I could paint this in my art class. And since it's your likeness, I'll be able to compensate you. And I was like, oh, really? Like, you're like, yeah, you have great features, like a nice smile, great eyes. They were just complimenting me out the ass. And they were like, how would I compensate you? What's your, what? They didn't ask for my Venmo. They asked like my bank account. And I was like, oh, and I was like, wait a minute.
Hold on.
I was like, damn. I was like, I can't even be nobody's muse without being, someone being a fraud. I was so excited because I was like,
The fact that they called you their muse didn't tip you off?
Because I'm a lot of people's muse, but they don't
Name
ever try and paint me.
one.
There's a lot of fans that message me and say, oh, you look gorgeous,
Name
Cody.
2.
Well, I don't know them.
Name 3.
They're admirers. Like, bitches sometimes just send me stuff. Like,
That's different than you being their muse. You said you were someone's muse.
someone painted me.
You
It
were
was
their
cool.
inspiration.
Yeah, like they were like, I want to paint you. I want to use this in an art class. I was like, me? Oh my goodness, thank you. Like, I'm going back and forth with this. I'm going back and forth with this bot. I don't know if it was a person on the other side or what, but I'm like, oh yeah, sure. And they're like, oh yeah, and you'll get compensation. I was like, ooh, a bitch loves compensation for just being me.
A bitch does love compensation.
I want to paint you the way a landlord paints their windows.
Just slack it over.
Yes.
Just everything.
Yeah,
You're
that's how he
painting
wants
over
to do it.
roaches and everything.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, so that's what almost got me. Whenever they get me for like, oh, you would look really good in this shirt. We love to send it. Can you please like send your address or like phone number to this thing? Like, click on this link and it'll take you to our buy site.
And you don't do it? Our buy site?
The second...
You're not buy?
No, like our buy online site. As soon as they hit me with a link, I'm like, I'm not opening that. I don't know what it is.
That's good.
Trigger my location.
And sometimes
or
it's a phishing attempt from iHeartMedia.
Nope.
Did you take the bait?
Did you get caught? Yes, I did. Thank you. How much malware do you want? No, of course I didn't. Well, I've got the great Billy D. Williams on the show next week. He was Lando Calrissian. He was the original Harvey Dent. He's had an amazing career. But he did begin as a male nude model. So I'm going to make sure to ask him. Make myself a notepad.
Ah, that's why he's Billy D. Williams.
Yeah. I'm going to ask him how many people's muses was he, if he even knows. Were you ever a muse to someone? An amuse-bouche, as it were.
Okay.
You don't know who Billy D. Williams is, though, do you?
No idea. I had to look him up. He did something with Disney.
He probably did do something with Disney. He's still a Lando in all the Lego movies, I think. All right, well, anyway, just be careful today, if you're in love or not. I got a break here. Hey, if you want to go to a Cleveland Charge game, quite frankly, why wouldn't you? They play at the Wolstein Center. I'll get you a couple of tickets coming back. 35192 if you want to text for anything. And the next keyword for you, $1,000 from the Buzzard Bookie, is coming up at 4:30.
The Alan Cox Show. On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart device. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show.
This report is sponsored by KenGanleyAuto.com.
We want to buy your car or truck at Ken Ganley, Ohio's #1 automotive retailer. Regardless of its condition or how many miles it has, get an instant offer today. For the location nearest you, visit KenGanleyAuto.com.
Immerse yourself in The Passage, a weekly podcast that takes you on a ride into the land of the dead, traveling with the ferryman of souls as he collects the disembodied spirits of America's most illustrious historic figures and delivers them to the hereafter.
This road is not on any map. How much for a ticket?
The price for their passage? Their story. These are the tales that shape the nation. Listen to The Passage on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
It's time to give stuff away. Oh, it's time to give stuff away.
Now let's get you into a Cleveland Charge game. G League affiliate for the Cavs. They're going to play the Capital City Go-Go. That's part of the Washington Wizards organization. It is a week from this Friday. It's February 23rd at the Wolstein Center. They're also doing Dollar Dog Friday. Yum. ClevelandCharge.com has always got the info you need, tickets info, everything else. This pair for you. Charge V Go-Go on the 23rd. Caller 10. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Roses are black, violets are black, hearts are black, loneliness, pain, screams.
Yeah, folks, it's Valentine's Day.
X's and O's from the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Got a brand new Poundcake sports break in about an hour. I tell you 60 minutes prior so that you can properly gird your loins. Whatever preparations you need to do. He's already done his. He's cocked, locked, and ready to rock, Doc. I'm just giving you fair warning. I know for me, I have to do... I extend my workout on Wednesday mornings because I know that there's a Poundcake sports break coming. And I want to be loose. I want to be limber. I know Mary's done that too today.
A loose and limber, yep.
How you doing in there, by the way?
Bro, I'm struggling.
I don't think I've seen you.
I'm so
Where's
tired.
Mary?
Right here.
Did you join the link?
Did you send the link?
I thought I did.
Well, I believe. I hear you,
419.
and so
Okay,
I
I'm
believe
coming.
that you're alive.
Hold on, I'm coming. It takes a minute. It's okay. So Bill texts it to me, but it goes through on my phone, but doesn't always go through on my laptop right away. Not that anybody.
Well, now it feels slightly anticlimactic. I mean, I was
What?
excited to see you, and
Now you can see me. I'm here. I look cute. I'm just very, very, very tired and sick.
oh yeah, you don't look. I mean, I thought you were. Oh, you got a thing tonight. That's why.
I have 3 shows tonight.
You're in show gear.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Today is a desk nap day because my
Under
first
or
set-
on top?
Under. There's no room on top. I'm gonna leave. I leave everything set up. I leave my ring light on so that nobody comes in here.
Yep.
And then I sleep under the desk.
It's like a
How much time do you have to get a little rest?
Well, it's a 30-minute train ride to the first set, and my set's at 8:30. So technically, I could sleep till like 7:45. But I'd like to be on the.
How are
train
you
by
going to sleep for that
7:45.
train ride?
I'm not.
Oh, that's
You're
What?
dumb. I would sleep under my desk
okay.
and then
For
take
how
the
long?
train. I can probably about a half hour, maybe 45 minutes.
Why don't you
If
just-
we're done at 6:30,
Why don't you just do cocaine?
And then you'll be refreshed.
I'm an addict, Bill.
You'll be
I can't do things like
groggy.
that.
Yeah, but you're in the city where it's going to be like available.
I understand. It's not me doing cocaine is
Probably not a question
matter
of
not being
availability.
able to get it right.
It's available everywhere here
You're
too.
saying
but
you're sleeping
yeah.
under desks. I don't think addiction to cocaine is going to make your life that much worse.
Bill, that'll just keep her awake under a desk. And that's worse.
We don't need
You don't
that.
want that. You don't want to
You
be
don't wanna
wired
be-
and awake under a desk.
No. You want to sleep under your desk. So that is or maybe I'll just push these 2 chairs together or something. But I'm definitely going to close my eyes for a little bit after the show's over, because I'm like I'm on my 3rd cup of tea. I'm really trying here, man. I'm dying.
You got to rally.
I got to rally.
Yeah.
A rally. Oh my God. Did you guys see the picture I sent you on Sunday?
I don't know if I remember the picture.
Nobody reacted how I wanted you to react.
The picture that you
It
sent
was a
on
very big
Sunday.
deal.
Oh, because your
A
cart?
very big yes, a very big day
Oh,
for me.
yeah, the old lady grocery cart.
I got my old lady grocery cart and I went shopping, and I'm telling you, it was such a good experience.
Now, where did you buy the cart?
Amazon.
Okay.
Yeah, I just ordered it on Amazon, and then it came, and I was like, oh my gosh, I can actually get heavy things now. So I got a little 12-pack of soda water and some other canned goods, items that I wouldn't want to carry a couple blocks. So
And I was going to ask,
also-
how far away is the supermercado that you're going to?
It's honestly, it's like probably a 7-minute walk. It's not far. It's at the end of my block, and then 1 block to the right, so 2 blocks away.
Did you run into any elderly women who were doing the same
They
thing as
all
you?
have them.
Yeah.
Every single one. But we're the ones who are in the know. Like, we're in the grocery store with our own carts and our own bags, and we're like, no, I don't need one of your bags. Thank you. I have my own carton bag.
So does that make it more likely that you'll engage in conversation with somebody at the grocery store? Is that like that's the new jumping off point?
No one has talked to me at this grocery store yet. I think people in New York are just kind of doing their own thing. They're not big on small talk here.
Well, but the old ladies, I mean, that are pushing, you think that they're so far beyond any of that they're like, I don't want to talk to
And
anybody.
a lot of foreigners.
Understood.
Not a lot of old white ladies in the neighborhood I'm living in.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay. Not like
So
old
they,
Greek ladies or anything like that?
Yeah, Greek. Well, the area is called Little Egypt, so it's like a lot of Middle
I
Eastern
see.
people, a lot of Greek people, a lot of. I actually haven't seen many Egyptian restaurants, which is weird that it's called Little Egypt, but that's what it's called. But yeah, not a lot of little old white ladies.
Okay.
Which is normally who would talk to me.
Little old white ladies.
Yes.
Yeah.
But we'll see. Yeah, I got to use my cart, and I was so happy, and I get to use it on Friday to go do my laundry at the laundromat. So
You'll stuff it full of laundry.
yes.
Yeah.
Look at me doing big
Dual
things.
purpose.
Are you worried that maybe somebody will run up and steal your laundry?
I would hope not.
Oh.
I don't know what they're gonna do with a cart full of dirty laundry.
What does anybody do with anything? I mean, some people will just steal anything, right? They'll
For
put
the
it on.
thrill?
They'll take your period panties and put them on Poshmark.
Maybe. I mean, they might. That would have to be like pretty planned out.
Yes, like a De Niro level heist.
Yeah.
You should make sure they're not scoping you out already.
I'll make sure. I'll
They're
keep it.
taking notes as to when you leave every day, what days you do your laundry.
You do carry mace.
Fluff
with you
and
stuff,
fold.
right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Carry what?
Mace.
You said mace.
Oh, laundry mace?
Gotta have
Laundry
something.
mace. Yeah.
It's got
Yep,
fabric
laundry
softener
mace.
already in it.
Heavy starch.
Hurts your eyes, but your clothes have never looked better.
Hello, Alan. So I'm ashamed to admit I was watching a pornographic film, and this lovely young lady said, "Oh, that feels so good," and it struck me as a little odd that the male counterpart's response was, "You're welcome." I don't know if it was scripted that way. Felt a little forced. I don't know if he was just raised to be polite.
Yeah, first of all, why are you embarrassed on Valentine's Day that you're watching pornography? And that's very polite. You're welcome. Oh, that feels so good. Or what if she, you're welcome. You're welcome. That's a service I'm providing you. By the way, you saw the Hot Ones dude is dating a porno actress?
Which porno
You ever
actress?
I've never heard of her before. Melissa Stratton. I don't know if that's her real name. Probably not. I can't imagine anybody using their real name in porn. But Sean Evans is the guy that does Hot Ones. He kind of looks like a porn star. He's bald. He's got stubble. He's dating a film star named Melissa Stratton. Cute brunette. They initially started talking last year before going public. They've been attached at the hip. Boy, this Hot Ones guy, he has really, he's really made a lot out of people eating chicken wings. Good for him. They were at the Super Bowl together. She's a huge Kansas City Chiefs fan. And so there were photos taken there. She's 34, he's 37. and they are dating. Good. I'd never heard of her before. I had to look her up. Because these days you have to see if somebody's legit in porn or if they're just on OnlyFans. So when they say dating adult film star, I assume that means she's in, porn. Rather than just some girl in her bedroom with a webcam. So good for them. I mean, she's cute. Man, what's that first conversation like? Hey, what do you do? Oh, I get people to eat chicken. And then their
Really
eyes
hot.
their eyes
Really
water.
hot.
Yeah.
Starts not so hot, and then by then it's really hot.
Yeah. So good for him. I bet both of them have a don't get it in my eyes rule, too.
Only one of them stings, though.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. What?
Stings,
Yeah,
right?
probably both
You
aren't
don't-
good. I
you
mean,
don't
it's
know.
Do you know?
You don't know.
those two are together and they're loving life, and they're already collaborating on a new hot sauce. Jalapeno guts.
Ha very good. Very good.
The two of them reportedly really hit it off after talking about how much their buttholes hurt. I got to give you some money here. It is $1,000. It's courtesy of the Buzzard bookie, so listen closely, and I hope you win.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Money, that's money. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
Well, the world has lost another real one. Gone too soon. At the age of 96. Bill Post.
What did I
From
post?
Grand Rapids, Michigan.
96, though. Is that gone too soon?
I was joking, but Bill Post was a Keebler plant manager in Grand Rapids when he had a great idea. That idea became the Pop-Tart. Bill Post, the inventor of the Pop-Tart.
Is he portrayed in the new Seinfeld movie?
That's a good question. They dropped the first Seinfeld writing, directing, and starring in this film about the creation of the Pop-Tart. It's called Unfrosted. And it's basically just a bit that Seinfeld did 20 years ago on Pop-Tarts. For a guy who said he'd never, ever make another movie, he's going all in. He must be bored. He's going all in on like a bit he used to do that they're making into a movie. I mean, obviously there's a historical element too, but... And he basically called everyone he knows to be in the movie. Have you seen the list of people in the movie?
No. I haven't even seen a thing about it.
They posted a photo.
It.
It's like a screen grab of one of the scenes in the movie. It's called Unfrosted. Here's a partial cast list. Jim Gaffigan, Fred Armisen, Melissa McCarthy, Amy Schumer, Bill Burr, Hugh Grant, Christian Slater, Dan Levy, Jack McBrayer, James Marsden, Bobby Moynihan, Thomas Lennon. That's a couple of the people who are in the movie. It's going to be on Netflix May 3rd. But I wonder if he plays... My understanding is he plays the guy who invented the Pop-Tart. So Bill Post, dead at 90. There's some food news for you. The first iteration was called Fruit Scones. But they were like, we need a snappier name, Bill. How about Pop-Tarts? They became an instant hit when they were test marketed in...
Toledo, Ohio.
Cleveland, Ohio. In 1963. So why doesn't Cleveland ever get credit for the home of the Pop-Tart? I mean, it wasn't created here, but there's a lot of things Cleveland takes credit for that aren't from here. It was the test market.
Like what? What is Cleveland taking credit for that's not from here?
Pizza? I don't know.
What?
If Cleveland hadn't liked the Pop-Tart, we wouldn't know what it was. Would have flopped. So this guy from Grand Rapids, working for Post. Trouble is, all that stuff just becomes property of the company. you know, they might throw you a couple of ducats, but it's not like you
don't own it.
Yeah,
you don't make a penny out of every popcorn.
It's like the
sold.
3M chemist who accidentally discovered Post-it notes or whatever. So, yeah, this guy ended up moving to the Keebler corporate offices, which are in Chicago. But the inventor of the Pop-Tart seemed to be a very nice guy. He was a member of the Gideons International. What is that? Those are people that put the Bibles in your nightstand in the hotels?
Yeah. They're like the Keebler elves, but they're Bible.
Is that what it is? They're the Bible elves.
Yep.
The inventor of the Pop-Tart, ironically, the Gideons International. Oh, it's like the Kiwanis or something, or one of those, the YMCA. All right, well, there you go. Maybe they were the Bible people. Also, Taco Bell has announced some new menu items for the fall, one of which, Baja Blast Gelato.
Excuse me?
I said Baja Blast Gelato.
I want that. That sounds so good.
Yum. Right? That's what it's going to sound like when AC grabs one, a whole big old bag of Taco Bell, and cap it off with a Baja Blast Gelato.
I think Baja Blast is just shorthand for Mountain Dew, because when they say Mountain Dew...
You know it's a Mountain Dew product,
I
right?
understand that, but like when
it's not shorthand for Mountain Dew, it's longhand for Mountain Dew.
But what I'm saying is when I want a Mountain Dew, I mean a Baja Blast. Like I don't...
Oh, that's what you mean?
Then you got to be more specific and say a Baja Blast, because there's 100 different flavors of Mountain Dew now.
Well, but at Taco Bell
is not as good.
No, but
Mountain
at
Dew-
Taco Bell, those are the only two you can get, are the OG and the Baja Blast.
Right, but you can't say I want a Mountain Dew and expect them to give you a Baja Blast.
Right, you'd have to say Baja Blast. Yep.
So you got to work on your shorthand there.
And by the way, I always thought that blast is such an aggressive marketing word. Baja Blast.
Yeah, but that came out in the time of Extreme being so core in all the marketing.
Is that what it was?
Yeah, because when did Baja Blast come out? Like 98 or 99?
Oh, I didn't think it was that
wasn't
old.
that long ago.
I didn't
thought
think
it was
so
around
either.
the same time as the Crunchwrap, which was like 2004.
Maybe, but I feel like late 90s, early 2000s.
Mary's absolutely correct. 2004.
Nailed it.
Well, she
Freshman
knows,
year.
boy.
Freshman year, baby. Good to go.
Good for
so
you.
you get that, but like that again was a time when they were doing very aggressive campaigns. So they're not gonna call it Baja Party. It's gonna be Baja Blast. It's gonna be
Not Baja Breeze.
Yeah.
Baja. I like Baja Party. What's the matter with Baja Party? It's a
just-
party in your mouth.
First of all, you gotta have the alliteration.
Ah, okay.
So maybe Baja Party.
All right. Baja.
You want it to be a blast.
Bash. Baja Bash. Maybe bash and mouth don't work together. So they're debuting a whole bunch of new things, bringing some old favorites back, and they're bringing they're going to do chicken nuggets, and they're going to be doing Baja Blast Gelato.
Did you also see they're going to be putting a Cheez-It inside of a Crunchwrap?
Yeah, we talked about that.
Did I miss it?
A Cheez-It inside of a Crunchwrap.
Did you just say that?
No, but I mean we talked about that like when they've been teasing that for a while.
I thought I just saw that like yesterday or 2 days ago. With
I know there was an announcement about the Cheez-It in there because we talked about that at one point.
When did they stop the things, the caramel apple
empanadas?
Oh God, bless America, those were good. Once in a while, boy, I'd eat a half of one, and man, that'd carry me all day long.
Half of one,
so good.
You're the worst.
I'm sorry.
Just say you ate one. Just say you don't have to. Just lie to us.
I had half of one. It was
good. Don't tell me you had
that
half.
way.
Just say you had the whole thing.
That way, I have more for later. It's something to look forward to. You have to give yourself things to look forward to. You eat it all, then what do you got? Nothing.
You just go buy another one.
Why would I do that? I already bought one. I just bought one.
Because now you can have two.
I did.
Something to look forward to.
I had a half twice. I got to eat it twice.
That's, you know what? That's smart.
That is smart, Mary. It's called conservation of energy.
Being sick all week, I can't really taste anything. So right now, everything I've been eating is mushy or like soup or scrambled eggs, like, your plain foods. And today I was like, man, I just want something crunchy. And I was looking up like either quesadillas or Crunchwrap because I'm like, that's probably going to destroy my insides if I go from having bland foods to a Crunchwrap. But I just want something with some texture to it.
Oh, good for you.
Destroy my insides 438.
Good one. Good one.
I'm going home.
Huh?
I'm too tired.
Oh, come on.
You can't go home. You got shows to do.
Because we destroyed your insides? Come on. That's not on us. Well, anyway.
And by home, I mean under my desk.
Well, go under your desk.
I'll be in my office home
I'm going to my cave
for the
now.
next 2 hours.
See if we can hear you. Just bring the microphone down as far as you can.
No, it doesn't go that far.
No, but like bring it down as far as it can and then get under
And
there.
then,
Let's
and
see
then
how you
yell.
sound.
Yeah, just yell.
That's as far down as it can go.
Okay, well then.
I'm going to get shocked in my ear. You want me to lay down? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm under the desk.
We can hear you kind of good.
I'd have to shout.
You
No,
kind of yell a lot
just speak
anyway.
just speak at a normal level.
This is a normal level.
Yeah, we can hear you.
That pretty good?
Yeah.
Or I could enunciate. I could shout at you.
No, don't
You
shout
don't-
because it's still going to read as shouting.
Yeah.
From my desk cave. But you can't see me then.
Well, that's the least of my concerns.
Hold on.
As long as I can
wanna see
hear
me
you is
down
all I
here?
care about.
Watch me spill stuff all over everything trying to be an idiot.
You know who the first endorser for Baja Blast was? Dale Earnhardt Jr.
Oh, Junior.
Son of the Intimidator.
Who's the intimidator?
Dale Earnhardt.
Context clues apparently weren't going to work for that one.
All right, that'll get the live stream numbers up. Look at the.
Well, okay. There you go. Hey, everybody.
What is it?
When you just were like kneeling down.
Yeah, he's under the. Hey, everybody.
You still have to look up to be able to hear you, though.
I know, but like I can lay down though.
Well, lay down.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh no! I just caught up on the live.
Oh, the delay.
That's a bad look.
Nothing flapped out. You're fine.
Okay.
All right. Yeah. Well, that's something to work on that, and then we'll
People are
figure
going
it
to
out.
walk past like, what the hell is she doing?
Bill laid under a desk for a show. I feel
Yeah,
like
he came in. He did the whole thing. He was hungover after the Tool show and vomited into the garbage can.
It was a bad day, but
Yeah,
we got through it.
We got through it.
And it still makes the best of from time to time. People always love that one.
Are you gonna make that picture of me on my knees the
Thumbnail.
what's it called? Thumbnail? Yeah.
Yeah, probably. We'll gotta
watch that one get 50,000 views.
Oh, okay.
That'll do better than our Mark Norman video.
All right, I've got to take a break. If you want to send a text, 35192. If you want to watch that live stream, it's at alancoxshow.com, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And every
Our 10-minute oil change.
This is The Buzzard.
From the Bath Authority Studios.
The Buzzard.
The home of the Buzzard.
The Buzzard.
This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland.
Hello, we're glad you're here. If you need assistance or just have a question, our associates will be glad to help you anytime.
Call the Alan Cox Show. 216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
$35192. Want to send me a text? AlanCoxShow.com. All the other stuff. Thanks again to Valentine's for assisting. And the Cavaliers will play tonight here at home. The Chicago Bulls are in town. And Cavs posting some photos from today's shoot-around on Twitter. And Cavs are doing pretty well. 35-17. Boy, that's a good showing. Bulls, Cavs tonight, 7:30 on MMS. And on the iHeartRadio app, if you listen to this show on the app, because you're out of state and still want to enjoy our dulcet tones. Let me know where you do it. Jason listens in Glendale, California. It's a fine community. Trey's in Houston, Texas. Claude is in Surprise, Arizona. Brian listens in Hoboken. And Jamie is a new listener in Allen, Texas, suburban Dallas. Another school teacher has lost her job because of an OnlyFans page.
It's new norm.
This is a teacher who has been on the Alan Cox Show. Plot twist. I'm just going to play this for you. This is a teacher who was teaching in Tucson, Arizona, after being forced to relocate some time ago. And it'll become clear to you pretty quickly what's going on here.
Monica Shawn, Rachel Dolezal now goes by the name Nkeki Diallo.
Rachel Dolezal, Nkeki Diallo. Not only did she get outed as not being black, they didn't come much whiter than Rachel Dolezal, but she said, screw you. Not only, I'm doubling down. Nkeki Diallo. If you're going to relocate and change your name, she really, really did not want to be Rachel Dolezal for obvious reasons, but I'm sure in her brain, she's like, look, this is still how I identify. We had her on the show years ago when she was doing that book tour. But I didn't know that she changed her name and relocated to Arizona and was a school teacher. I wonder what's... Well, I'll play more of this here for you. I'm amazed the school hired her after all that mishigas.
She was a prominent civil rights leader and African studies professor in Washington State, accused of pretending to be black for personal gain. Now, I confirmed today that she is now an employee with the Catalina Foothills School District and apparently now has a public social media page where she has linked an OnlyFans page that appears to be operated by her. Now, some explicit photos are being shared on other public websites, including the website Reddit. It is unclear tonight if the photos were shared by her. Now, we want to warn you, we have blurred these images you're about to see because they could be considered explicit and inappropriate for children. Again, we do not...
All right, so she's got her tracks in, and she's showing... She's got the framed book cover in the background there. Her book was called In Full Color. That's probably going back to 2015, 2016, maybe. Why would they warn you about blurred photos?
I don't know.
We want to warn you, these photos are blurred.
Because, I mean, if you got small kids, you don't want to even have to explain. It's just given. They're just covering all their bases.
So they are. So she changed her name to David Njoku or something like that, and she was a teacher there in Tucson,
know
Arizona.
if Diallo posted these photos or if they were placed there by someone else. I sent a text message this evening to a school official regarding...
All right, now, what do you think she's doing there? She's in front of a Christmas tree and probably showing hole.
Yeah, it looks like she's getting Santa.
She's getting her
Santa,
chimney ready for Santa.
There you go.
Mm-hmm. Rocking around the Christmas tree, as it were.
Regarding the district's policy on explicit photos being shared by employees, and I am still waiting to hear back. And
oh, he's still waiting to hear back.
She's got Black Santa framed in that picture.
Yeah, of course. I mean, like I said, she's doubling down, boy. Nkeki Diallo, the former Rachel Dolezal, teaching in Tucson, Arizona.
Did they know it was her?
I mean, they had to have, right? I mean, she was... Everybody knew who she was for a while. But this is kind of what sucks, too, is because, obviously, famously, the reason a lot of teachers do this is because they're not making enough money as teachers. And people can argue, you know, rightfully as to whether, you know, there's teachers are like any other line of work. There's good ones and bad ones. And the unions are pretty tough. So the unions protect good ones and bad ones. But, you know, these teachers, if photos are getting screen grabbed and put out there kind of without your knowledge, I don't know, man. You're eventually going to lose your square gig. 2014 is when that whole thing broke. She was head of the NAACP in Spokane, Washington, before somebody said, excuse me, she's white. And she denied it for a while, and there was a whole back and forth. But I hadn't heard anything about that. Teaching in the Catalina Foothills School District there in Tucson, Arizona. Lost her job over her OnlyFans account. Pretty wild. So, the OnlyFans world isn't safe for any teacher. But that's where you...
I found the uncensored version of that.
She's showing whole, isn't she?
Oh, she's showing whole hard.
Did you just go to her OnlyFans?
I just Googled Rachel Dolezal OnlyFans, and it's on. I found it on Reddit. You want to?
I mean, I'm not gonna show it, but I mean,
know, but
that's how people know they can find the.
I'll put it in the group chat if you guys want it.
It's in the Black Ladies subreddit, by the way, for people who want to.
This is the most aggressive picture we've ever put in the group chat, by the way.
Why? Okay, fine. I kind of want to see it. Oh, no, now I'm nervous. It just showed up.
Oh, my goodness.
Yikes. Oh, man.
Very clean, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd hope so.
Nice and bleached.
Ah, boy. Hey, listen, she's got kids, you know? She's got to make some
There's
money.
There's nothing
provide.
bad about it. Like
Yeah.
it doesn't look bad. It's very aggressive.
She's
gonna tear something.
She's tanned all over.
Yeah.
Like sometimes when people get a spray tan or whatever type of tan they get, there's tan lines and you miss some spots because it's
out? How do I get that out of my conversation?
You're never gonna unsee it.
Put save as background.
No.
Right, here's another one.
Delete.
I guess she launched the OnlyFans a while ago, but it was for foot pics and squats. Just one more piece of competition you gotta worry about, Mary, in the foot pic. Did you send another one?
Yeah.
Just look at it.
Look at what
All
it is,
right.
though.
Yeah.
Idiot. It's a screen grab of my crotch.
Mary, yeah. I will delete that one.
Thank you.
So, yeah, Rachel Dolezal back in the... Yeah, no, listen, anybody who takes the pains that she took to misrepresent herself is not going to have tan lines. You got to go all the way in on pretending you're not white. Because she wants to leave that kernel of doubt with people, even though there really isn't any. She copped to the whole thing.
Well, there's no kernels.
You got to have a good diet if you're going to be showing that.
Yeah.
No kernels or peanuts or nothing.
I mean, it's not like they'd be sitting there if they were.
Right.
She would probably get a pair of chopsticks and take care of business. Well, that
More
might-
cultures to appropriate.
That's right. Cultural appropriation, even when it comes to her grooming. I've got, here's a palate cleanser for you. Want to hear some Jenna?
Oh, I don't know.
It's time for Sweet Nothings with Jenna from Poland.
Alexa is gay.
This has been Sweet Nothings with Jenna from Poland.
Aggressive.
So aggressive.
It's aggressive as a Rachel Dolezal booty shot. OnlyFans.
The booty is where the doo-doo is, boy.
Mm-hmm. Wow. Well, listen, it seems though.
What is that from?
I'm sorry?
What is that
I don't know.
The booty is where the doo-doo is, boy.
Who knows? Listen, it seems like if you're going to do OnlyFans, you have to do OnlyFans.
Yeah, but you have
It's
to
no longer become a way to
teacher or a nurse or something where you can get fired to get people interested.
Yeah.
That's how you really become popular on there.
People were already interested in Rachel Dolezal. Like, I
Yeah,
don't
but
know
there's
where
gonna be a lot more.
I didn't know she changed her name to
I did.
Hokio Budeki or what? You did?
Well, no, I didn't know she changed her name, but her OnlyFans, for whatever reason, again, it's maybe the algorithm's reading my mind, but she'll come up every now and again on the show, and a story will pop up about her. I'm like, well, yeah, where's this bitch? And then I'll see Rachel Dolezal.
Where's this bitch? A bitch likes compensation, like
Yeah.
Poundcake said earlier.
Again, I mean, OnlyFans, it's going. If this is what we like, if this is what we as a society saying it's okay, and I'm not agreeing or disagreeing, I'm just saying you have to be prepared for everyday people. The allure of OnlyFans is everyday people. They're opening up their life where you can see it. So if you're okay with teachers and your doctor and your therapist having an OnlyFans, then have at it. But you can't fire people for teachers are people just like everybody else.
He's absolutely correct.
I'm just saying, you wouldn't want, if you're okay with a friend having an OnlyFans, you have to be okay with your therapist. Do you look at your therapist differently if they have a OnlyFans account? Or are you stigmatizing it?
I don't think he'd mind me looking at it. I don't know.
Hey, teachers, lift it salon. All in our dista, I know they break the wall.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like OnlyFans is a thing that you can use to supplant or supplement your income, rather. It has to be like your main thing. But I think you're right, Bill. It's the firing that gets you the attention.
Yeah, that's what gets you in the news, and then people are like, well, I want to see this. Curiosity stokes some interest.
I don't think that's true, though. You can do OnlyFans part-time. You can make extra $500 or $1,000 a month is totally doable.
$500,000 a month.
I said $500 or $1,000 a month, not $500,000.
Oh, I thought you said $500,000 a month.
An extra $500 or
quitting this gig
$1,000.
and getting on there.
Like you make your thing like $5.99 per subscriber or $9.99 per subscriber.
There's the punishment for the polar blast. Whoever loses has to start
an OnlyFans. Yeah, but the thought is you can't nickel and dime it because if you do get caught, you won't have made any money. And your reputation will be sullied.
But okay.
So you got to try to make cash while you can.
That's only
but that's the gamble that you're taking.
But at this point right now, people are getting fired. But again, it's going to be like the new OnlyFans is like the new tattoo.
Right, but that's going to be a long time before we get there.
Well, it
is still sex work.
Yeah, it's going to be a while, but they growing up, that's all I heard. Don't get tattoos. You're not going to be able to get hired. No one's going to hire you. No one's going to take you seriously. There's a stigma on tattoos.
There still is, though.
And now, but I'm saying
not as much, but it depends on what you're trying to get a job doing.
A lot of my bosses, and I've had serious jobs. I've had office jobs, and most of my bosses had tattoos.
Yeah, but they were probably covered up. They were wearing long sleeve dress shirts.
They would have their sleeves.
They probably didn't have "Go F Yourself" on their knuckles when they're working a white collar job.
I have tattoos, and I wasn't able to get a job as a surgeon. So there you go.
That's what kept Bill Squire from an illustrious medical career.
Mm-hmm.
You wouldn't want your doctor to have tattoos. You're like, oh God, he's got a cross on.
No. I think at this point, insofar as it's not that big of, it used to be bikers and tweakers that had them, but. Yeah, it's not that big of a deal, but there still is somewhat of a stigma on them.
I agree with you, but I think that
it does imply some bad decision making on the part of some people.
Yeah, I mean, no one would want like their mom or their kid, of age, of course, doing OnlyFans.
That was the funniest. Jelly Roll in the Uber Eats commercial during the Super Bowl was funny because the premise was you forget that there's Uber Eats. In order to remember Uber Eats, you have to forget something else. And so they have Jennifer Aniston meeting David Schwimmer, but she doesn't know him. And then they have Jelly Roll going to the mirror and rubbing his face, going, "These don't come off? When the hell did I get these?" Alan, more like Rachel Holizall.
Well done.
Well done. Indeed. So, yeah. Good for her.
Poor woman.
No, she's doing good.
She's just trying. You don't know that.
No, I don't. You don't know that. I don't know how much she was making.
Yeah, she's trying to make a living.
I mean, not enough to not quit her teaching job. You think she wanted to go from a university spot to teach in middle school or whatever?
Yes.
I wonder what she was teaching.
Sex ed.
Guys, this is my friend Sex Ed. You might see him as a partner in some of my OnlyFans videos.
Happy Black History Month, though, right?
We call him Sex Edward, but you guys can use the informal, the two form.
It's hard out here for a hoe.
I think pimp is what you want to go with.
But in her case.
I'm sorry?
But in her case.
Oh, I see. She couldn't possibly be a pimp because she's a woman, Poundcake.
Oh, no, there's some woman pimps. I just don't think she's the pimp.
No.
She seems very nice.
But she's not a hoe either. I mean, she's not a hoe.
Okay, we'll put an L in there.
Oh?
Yes.
Where would you like the L?
Le hoe.
In front of the
It's French.
After the O and before the E.
You didn't. Now you're throwing an E in. He goes, throw an L in there.
Well,
that would be HOL.
But I spell hoe HOE.
Oh, you do.
You spell hoe just HO?
I spell the garden implement with an E. I spell the lovely ladies of the sex work industry HO.
Oh, okay.
That's the distinction that I make.
The lovely ladies. I call them hoe.
I do.
And she ain't your hoe no mo.
That's right. I don't call them hoes because that's derogatory. Unless they prefer, if they want to refer to themselves that way, that's fine.
At what level does selling, like what Mary does? Mary sells foot pick. I'm just asking.
What?
Does that count as sex work?
Yes.
Selling foot picks are sex work?
Yes, it's sex work.
No, I don't think so.
I was gonna say, at what level does it become sex work?
But you are not doing sex work.
It's sex work to them.
Yeah.
Okay,
Used for sex.
I'm just saying that reasonable people can probably all agree, irrespective of what side of the equation they're on, that what she's doing is not the same as selling pictures of your feet.
I mean, I don't care what anybody says.
Just because it's on a platform that's primarily known for that, two people who run into each other and she goes, "Oh, what do you do?" "Oh, I do full on, nonstop DP," and the other one's like, "Oh, I paint my piggies," and then guys sell
And
pictures.
it's the same.
It's not
the exact same.
Did you ever?
Someone's cranking to it. What's the difference? You know?
Yeah, but somebody's cranking it to
models,
car and driver. It doesn't make a car magazine sex work.
Yeah, if a model is in like a
you're selling
bikini or
it, though.
something.
But if you're selling it direct to a consumer for the express purpose of yakking it,
Mary
then
doesn't
it's-
know what these guys want these foot pictures
That's
for.
also true. I've never
She doesn't ask. She wants to keep the relationship
Okay, from
professional.
now on, be explicit about why you're buying the pics to Mary, so she knows if it's sex work or not.
Gee, how'd you make that connection, Einstein?
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I was just curious. I didn't
We'll
know.
start a spreadsheet, Mary, pardon the pun. And
How many people buy it just for, toenail polish and
yes, maybe it's somebody who works for
OPI.
Hard Candy or OPI. Yeah, one of these companies.
Have people been blowing you up since you moved to New York to try and help you out?
No.
No?
I also haven't had any time, dude. I just got my first pedicure last week.
Those guys were into local feet.
I was going to say, I thought they want some rough feet.
Local feet. All that walking she's doing.
Yeah, all the walking now, got calluses. And they're like, "Oh, yeah, let me see it after you moved.
That is going to open you up to a whole new fan base, though.
Right?
The Bunyan Boys are coming.
Come on, Bunyan Boys, Santora toes. Hit me up.
And you probably don't want the middleman, because if you were to create an OnlyFans and sell your toes, then OnlyFans would get a cut. But since
Right.
you just got a
middleman.
Yeah, it's a middleman.
We got a Poundcake sports break about 20 minutes from now. I'll also have another $1,000 for you. It'll be the last chance today for you to win a grand from the Buzzard bookie. And if you want to get to the Cleveland Auto Show, maybe that's sex work. Maybe the automotive industry makes you all horny and frothed up. I'll have those tickets for you after the break.
From the Universal Windows Direct Weather Center, WMMS Weather.
Tonight, increasing clouds, a low of 25. Tomorrow, snow changing to rain, high of 46. Friday, mostly cloudy, high 34.
This report is sponsored by Conrad's Tire Express and Total Car Care.
Now through February 29th, get up to $120 in savings when you buy 4 eligible Firestone tires. Get $60 when you buy 4 select Firestone tires, plus get $30 instantly and $30 back by mail when you use your CFNA credit card and spend $500 or more. See store for details, subject to credit approval.
Hey there, it's Alan for Window Nation. So, frost outside and freezing temperatures and maybe sometimes snow, maybe not. February in Ohio is nothing to sneeze at. And maybe you've had enough. Maybe you have found yourself increasingly uncomfortable. Maybe the winters feel colder to you. Maybe the summers feel progressively hotter. Could be your windows. And those high energy bills that go with it, too. Window Nation can get brand new, expertly installed windows in your home. Look beautiful, and they have a lot of styles, too. Specifically, every style they sell, they'll give you 50% off, and you pay them nothing on your order for 2 years. Nothing down, no monthly, 0% interest for 24 months. So start at windownation.com. You can easily get yourself an in-home consultation with one of their professionals. The whole process from front to back couldn't be easier. If you want to talk to somebody from the jump, 866-90-NATION, just make sure that you give them my name. They can get your windows in 1 day or less. Window Nation windows all come with a lifetime warranty as well. So you're going to love the way they look. You won't have to worry about your energy bills anymore going all over the place. And no payments at all on your order for 2 years. And half off every style they sell. 866-90-NATION. A call. Say Alan Cox told me all about it. Or go to windownation.com.
Ever felt judged at the gym?
You don't know how to use the leg curl machine? Are you serious? Is this your first day alive? No, it's okay. I love helping people during their first day on Earth.
At Planet Fitness, get energy without the judgment and join the judgment-free zone. Never intimidating, always free fitness training and equipment for every workout. Get energized today during the Big Fitness Energy Sale for $1 down, $10 a month. Cancel anytime. Deal ends Friday, February 16th. See Home Club for details.
Discover the spirit of independence and the love for the great outdoors at Holiday Valley. When the snow blankets Western New York, we shine. Located in an authentic ski town where the fun doesn't stop at night and the thrill of being the first on the chairlift awaits you each day. This winter, come get to know Holiday Valley. Find us at holidayvalley.com. Your adventure awaits.
Hey there, it's Alan for Northeast Factory Direct. You know what? Shopping for brand new furniture for one of the rooms in your house sounds like something theoretically that should be a lot of fun. You're going to get something new. You're going to get something that, you love, something maybe you've been looking at for a while. It's when you really start doing the shopping that it can get overwhelming, especially if you're going to a bunch of different big box stores, because you're going to find things aren't always what they seem. You're paying extra for this, extra for that. That's why I point people, and have for a long time, to Northeast Factory Direct, because compared to other big box, kind of stores that are coming up with fake sales and things like that, they're not doing anything like that at Northeast Factory Direct. So there's never any pressure from the staff. There's never anybody angling for commission. You can walk around, you can take your time. They're always happy to help. And you're going to find stuff that you love. And they're all over Northeast Ohio, and they have been for better part of 20 years. You're going to find them in Cleveland on West 140th. You're going to find them in Euclid on the east side. They're in Macedonia. Brand new location in North Canton on Whitewood Street Northwest. And you can look around anytime at northeastfactorydirect.com.
Want to hear a jingle? Yeah, neither do we. This commercial break is brought to you jingle-free by NJM Insurance.
578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
We'll be your Valentine. But just so you know, our favorite position is fetal.
The Alan Cox Show.
100.7 WMMS.
Got the Poundcake Sports Break, brand new, in about 10 minutes. We'll get to that right after your last chance today to grab $1,000. Each and every one of those keywords get somebody $1,000. Why not you? This Friday going to be the last day for this go-round to get them. Cavs are at home tonight. The Bulls are not. We're going to play them at the Romo Fijo. 7:30 tip-off tonight. So you want to hear the pregame coverage? That will begin in full at 7 o'clock. You could listen on MMS and on the iHeartRadio app. I was reading where the Warriors made a play for LeBron.
Yeah.
Tried to entice him to come to play for Golden State. An unsuccessful bid to get there and hang out with Steph Curry, do some damage. Neither the Lakers nor LeBron James wanted to talk about it. They said that they were very excited to make the presentation to LeBron James. And so he said, see the quote here. He said, I'm holding out to hear from the Jazz.
That's a shock.
So, that's what I thought. Man, you know, it takes a lot to shock me. But like Kiss. But boy, did that shock me. LeBron James. Let's get that going here. Let's piggyback on Cleveland's best sports talker, which just happens to be on this show. And we'll prove that to you in a few minutes. Let's get that going. That LeBron James is waiting patiently for an offer from the Utah Jazz. That's where he really wants to play.
Just manifest it, make it
yes,
happen.
put it out into the universe. He's like, I want to be out there with Carlos Boozer. I want to be doing it. I want to be hanging out with Karl Malone. Who else plays for the Jazz?
Well, he did 24 years ago.
Kristaps Porzingis, does he play for the Jazz?
No.
Does the Jazz have a single Kristaps?
No. Laurie Markkinen.
Pete Maravich, does he play for the Jazz?
Retired 45 years ago.
That can't be right. I just saw him the other night. He's spry. Laurie Markkinen plays for the Jazz?
Yeah.
Oh. Well, why didn't you say that?
I did.
Is that where I heard it? Oh.
That's who told you?
You did. I didn't recognize your voice at first. I'm sorry. Yeah,
Yep,
so
someone's sundowning.
LeBron James really, really excited because that Donovan Mitchell plays for us now.
Correct.
He was with was Karis LeVert with the Jazz too?
No.
Is Rudy Gobert still with the Jazz?
No, he's with the Timberwolves.
Gobert.
Rudy Gobert? Right. Alan, I read about a guy who was sexually attracted to cars. He got arrested for popping one off in the tailpipe of a Corvette Stingray in a parking lot. Well, he's got good taste.
That can get your blood flowing like that. You could be horny for a car.
Yeah, there's a great movie called, well, I don't know if it's, I liked it. It's not for everyone.
Is that a mental illness?
No. I don't know. I mean, everything that's a little bit off-center these days is being considered I don't know if it's considered a mental illness.
If you're into banging kids, you're a pedophile. If you're into banging animals, I mean, it's bestiality, but I don't know what you're called. People would assume that there's something wrong with you. You want to bang cars. What logical explanation?
An auto thought.
Metalhead.
I take your point, but you also can't equate an inanimate object with an animal or a child. So, yeah, it's off center. French movie from a couple of years ago called Titane. That is bananas. About a lady who gets impregnated by a car. And it's not as dumb as it sounds. Top to bottom, everything about the movie sounds dumb, but it's wild.
What kind of car?
Like a 57 Chevy or something. It's French, so you got to read it, but, you know. But she's dripping motor oil down there and all this kind of stuff.
Be careful, though. Those cars back then were leaded.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I know.
Yeah, how would you push that out?
Very carefully. Very, very carefully.
I opened the garage.
He's down there. He's like, "Have you changed your air filter lately?"
Oh God, this cabin
Your
filter
cabin
was
air
terrible.
filter needs.
Oh.
Don't try to upsell me, Doc.
new wipers or headlights.
Oh, I got to change. It reminds me. Thank you. I got to change my wipers.
You're welcome.
I don't know why, but this is about the time I'm supposed to change my wipers.
I have a very
Now, not the things on my car. I employ people who wipe me, and that just reminded me that I need to
go through them on a regular basis.
Boy, I do, because they're so frequently disgusted. Even though I try to take care of myself. We've talked about it here.
Even just wiping somebody else. I don't care
I
how
know.
clean it is. It's still.
I know. I know.
Not a fun thing to do.
I sent them to my friend Rachel Dolezal, and they said, it looks like she's taking care of everything just fine.
Poundcake, is this a position you would like? Make a little extra money wiping Alan?
Depends on how much.
Well, you guys discuss that.
$3 a wipe.
Ooh, not bad. He goes 3 times a day.
I was like,
$9
you're going to
a
be.
day.
And I exclusively go back to front.
Nah, I need more than 3 wipes a day. You're going to be like bear.
Alan, that guy banging the car, put it in the coupe chute. Get it?
Called it her love box.
I don't know what that would cost, Poundcake, but I think that you and I can probably discuss it over drinks.
Okay.
Drinks then stinks. How is the job search going? Find anything yet?
I'm just following up on like some references that I've worked with.
So no.
Wait, what? You're following up with references?
Yeah,
they're supposed to do that.
Yeah, references are supposed to, like, the job calls them, and they go, yeah, Poundcake's a good guy.
Are you following up with the reference and be like, hey, do you still want to be my reference? Like,
yo, what's happening?
No, I've been referred, and so I'm following up on the.
Okay, that's different.
Well, I said it wrong. My apologies.
Oh, okay. You're talking. Oh, go ahead.
No, I mean, there's not much to it. I was referred to a company, and I have to wait it out. I haven't interviewed or anything yet, so I don't like to.
But you've applied?
Yeah, I've been applying.
Okay.
Yeah, he said he's been applying, but why don't they find something here for you to do?
I don't speak on it because it's kind of inside baseball, but I've done that. I've made that.
You said, "Hey, let me massage the logs or something." I guess that's not a thing anymore.
I don't think I can do. I don't think I can actually do that because it wouldn't be enough hours. I can only have a certain amount of hours to stay part-time here.
Gotcha.
So, but I had another idea that someone who worked here gave me, and I followed up on that. So it's just a matter of that person's not here today, though. So.
I'm learning how to massage the logs.
That's the worst 2 months of my life.
It couldn't have been. Well, yeah, it is pretty boring, but I didn't know it was.
It's boring, but it's not hard. It's just tedious.
No, that's worse than something being hard.
Oh yeah.
Completely mindless.
I remember.
You don't have to use your mind.
Years ago, I was helping Erica. I forget. I think I was maybe an intern still at the time. I was helping Erica put in the best ofs for when we were going on Christmas break, and that was something because she was getting so frustrated with me because she knew how to do it like the back of her hand, and I was still learning. So I was like, so I typed this in and put this in. She's like, no, I'll just do it. I'm like, okay.
Yeah.
Because I had to put in the proper segs and the transitions and stuff. So she was like, no, you're gonna mess something up. And she's like, and I'm not gonna know until it airs, and then I'm gonna get in trouble. I was like, okay.
Yeah, that's why I do it all myself. I don't have to worry about anything messing anything up.
But I was like, I've done it before, but we had a different software when I was in college. Contrary to popular belief, we don't always use the same equipment. So, you're the only
Is that
person.
a popular belief?
I mean, people think they're like, oh,
I was out on the street earlier today surveying people, and it's a very popular belief that we all use the same equipment.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead.
Another thing, I used Adobe Audition when I was in school, and you use Pro Tools. Now they did use, there was a select few that used Pro Tools, but I knew Adobe Audition like the back of my hand. I can still do it pretty well. But it's just little things like that.
Oh, good
It's just
for
little
you.
things like that. Just little things like that.
Well, can you get a job doing Adobe Audition for somebody?
I hope. If there's any Adobe
I am
Audition
proficient
jobs.
in Adobe Audition and in using the Janet Jackson headset
But now they don't
to
even
recruit people.
they don't even need that anymore. They have AI to do that.
To do what?
Just like cut stuff and edit stuff. Like heck, they'll.
Hey, I'm still doing all my own production.
Yeah, you do, but like it's still your job to. But if it comes down to hiring someone to do that or get like ChatGPT to do it, like they can cut it and paste it and make it sound like a person did it.
It all sucks though. The AI writing, they're finding that out real quick. You still need the human. You need people writing stuff. They are nowhere near having perfected that.
People are doing like ChatGPT for their resumes, and I'm like,
Yeah, and they're all getting busted.
But I mean, if
They're
it's
like,
a true
oh,
resume,
this is all. Well, there's also people writing articles with ChatGPT. They're like, oh, this is all plagiarized. You're fired. Resume. Who the hell needs ChatGPT to do a resume?
I don't know.
I don't either. How are you going to get a job if you didn't write your resume?
I remember I sent my resume to
I'm
my friend.
proficient in ChatGPT. That's not anything anybody's looking for.
When I started my job search, I sent my resume to my friend. She's like, your resume is trash. I was like, okay. I was like, your experience isn't trash. She was like, but just your resume is trash. I was like, I haven't had to have like a resume in like 6 years. So it's a little outdated. She said, yeah, no, change it all. She said, if you want to stand out, your resume should stand out. I was like, oh, so just add like some color and some flair. She said, no, not color and flair, but just make it look better. It's like, okay.
You need more pieces of flair is what she was trying to tell you.
But yeah,
I don't know what I would do if somebody was like, hey, do you have a resume?
Right.
Oh, my God, a resume?
Like
I haven't had one since 1995.
I've been out of the game so long. Like I was talking to my friend about this whole job search thing because it was just kind of been like stressing me out. And she's like, it will be like a couple months. I said, a couple months? She's like, it's really hard to find a job right now. She's like, and especially you're looking for something that's very particular, like something.
Well,
at a
it's
certain
fine.
part of
It's
time.
hard to find that job. Yeah, you can go down the street to Wahlburgers and get a job tomorrow.
And she was like, you're looking for something for a particular purpose for a particular amount of time and a particular amount of money. She's like, it's probably gonna be a couple months. I was like, I remember when I started
Longer than that.
my morning job for like the first time I interviewed like a week, and then like the next week I started. She's like, yeah, it's not like that anymore. I'm like, man.
Well, also that job is probably a meat grinder. Sitting on the phone trying to recruit people, like, there's probably a lot of turnover in that kind of job.
I mean, no. I mean, not a ridiculous amount. Just people who they get the experience and they move on to another recruitment type job. I was the only person here that like did radio. Like I think I was like one of the like maybe like 5 part-timers. There weren't a lot.
Ready to do the sports break?
I am.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Credit. That's credit. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
This is a Poundcake Sports Break.
In the headlines today, I think in honor of Valentine's Day, it's only right that we have a very couple-centric sports break. So, you know, a bitch loves a theme, so let's get into it, shall we? First up, Larsa Pippen and Marcus Jordan. I think there's finally trouble in paradise. Not that I'm excited about it, but they do put it all out there, so I'm excited to deliver you guys the news. Larsa loved to go on and on about how often her and Marcus would bang, and now I'm afraid it's come to a halt because of trust issues. Boy, haven't we all been there. They both unfollowed each other on social media, but they want the public to know that they're working on their relationship and they're just on a break. I don't know if I believe in taking a break. That's just a good way to lose your man, bitch. It also could be that Marcus's dad, legendary Michael Jordan, doesn't approve of their relationship. In July of last year, paparazzi caught up with the NBA GOAT, leaving a restaurant in Paris, and he was asked if he approved of his son's relationship with Larsa, and Michael laughed and said, no! Ouch. Well, the GOAT has spoken. I'll keep you guys posted. I'll keep you guys posted if they decide to follow each other again. Also, this is the type of energy I need on Valentine's Day. Bellator champ Johnny Eblen knows how to treat a woman. He allegedly spent $85K on a shopping spree with OnlyFans model Jacina Rebecca. The two were spotted outside the Louis Vuitton store, and this is what they had to say.
Yeah, this thing ain't loading, by the way, so you might want to just tell us what they said.
Okay, well, they stopped at the Louis Vuitton store. They spent like $30,000 on a jewelry spree, a bunch of money, and the reason is I think he's just having a side piece because he's not dating her currently. He's in an open relationship with somebody.
Oh, here we go. You want to see it?
Would you guys like to see it? Sure.
Yeah, sure. Sorry, it finally loaded. This thing was taking its time, boy.
So how do you feel about the fight coming up?
Pretty good, man.
Pretty good? You guys doing some shopping today?
A little bit.
A little bit? How much did you spend on you today?
$75,000.
75. 85.
Oh, 85. Okay. Is the fight going to be a knockout, or what can we expect?
Absolutely.
All right, Johnny. Appreciate you, bro. Good luck.
It's got some friggin' cakes.
Yeah, I mean, she makes money on OnlyFans. She has like 2 million followers on Instagram. But $85K on a single shopping spree with a woman that is not your chick. He's in an open relationship with some lady, but $85K on a fling? Like, I'm hoping his main chick is cashing in for way more. Men, you need to step up your game this year. Chocolates, roses, and a teddy bear are not going to cut it. And lastly, OBJ, you guys remember him. He's the former Browns player that believes the Giants sent him off to Cleveland to die. Well, he's apparently living his best life, being Kim Kardashian's newest arm candy. And rumor has it that they've been dating secretly for a year. They spent Super Bowl weekend together, still trying to lay low, so you can see that here.
This is just them
walking through. They're
walking through. Right.
Yeah, there you go. Football or Super Bowl weekend. But looking good, Odell. Congrats on the new relationship. But if you thought being a Cleveland Brown was going to break you as a man, wait until you become a Kardashian. Literally. And that, ladies and gentlemen, concludes this Poundcake Sports Break.
Those crazy Kardashians and their whatevers. Good for them.
It's only a matter of time before we see him in a Skims campaign because she's the president and CEO and founder of Skims.
How old is that dude? Is she robbing the cradle? He's in his 30s or he's still in his 20s?
He's in his 30s.
He's probably like the early 30s. Though.
Odell Beckham Jr.
Yeah.
All right. I mean,
Maybe
there aren't a lot of
32?
Odells. He's 31.
He's my age, yeah.
Yeah. Huh. All right. Well, congratulations to them. They hugged, but they did not do much else there. But yeah, that OnlyFans girl, that first one, holy mackerel.
Yeah, Jacina.
Rebecca?
Yeah.
Jacina.
Mm-hmm.
Man, she stops walking and the rest of her catches up. Yeah, okay, good. There's your Poundcake Sports Break. You know, you saw that they had Travis Kelce mic'd up. We can hear what he and Taylor Swift were saying to each other. You don't need lip readers. He still had his mic on.
Thank you for coming, baby.
I can't believe that.
Thank you.
I can't believe you.
Thank you for the support.
How did you
Thank
do
you for
that?
coming. Thank you for making it halfway across the world. You're the best, baby.
Oh my God.
The absolute best. Was it electric?
It was unbelievable.
Mm-hmm. There's no I love yous in there. What is Travis Kelce's accent supposed to be, by the way?
Midwestern accent.
That is not a Midwestern accent. I don't know what you're hearing, but there's yeah. I'm like, what's happening here? That must be that reported Cleveland accent I hear so much about. Every time I hear that guy talk, I go, what is happening here?
Is it black scent? Is he doing that?
I don't know what he's doing.
I mean,
he certainly is nothing reminiscent of Midwestern. I know that.
I haven't heard him speak, to be honest.
Well, now you have, because he was mic'd up. People are also screaming about how the NFL cleaned up Alicia Keys' performance, because when you watched it live, her voice cracked at the beginning of her singing her song. And so when they posted it to the NFL YouTube channel, they cleaned it up because that's what you do if you're going to post something. And somehow I guess people don't know how editing works, or I would think by now most people have heard the phrase fix it in post, right? That's what that is. People are like, oh my God.
Yeah, but people want
Who
the
cares?
authentic version of it, so I get why they're like
The authentic?
right. They want the what actually happened. But you want to watch it like it happened live.
Why?
What's the difference?
You get one syllable. The point is to give
you want it.
My thought is the point is to
Because
give
otherwise
people
they're
the
going to know, and they're going to go, they changed it.
well, yeah,
the
I get
raw
that's what people.
authenticality.
That's what
Raw
people are complaining about.
authenticality.
Right. That was what Poundcake used to tell us. We break his balls for eating on the podcast. He'd say people wanted the authenticality of it, which is usually code for just being lazy when it comes to editing. The point is to give people the best product you possibly can. So if I'm Alicia Keys, I'm like, thank you, NFL, for cleaning up my...
Some people.
Yeah, she's a little wobbly, right? Here's the YouTube.
Some people want it all.
Yeah, they cleaned it up.
So what?
That's what you're supposed to do. Hey, thank you. So I don't sound like... The first syllable is always the hardest.
Plus his nerves, like she's.
That's what I'm saying.
Alicia
Like,
Keys
yeah.
has always been a big star, but I don't know if she's.
She knows she's about to get into a little gropey situation with Usher in about 3 minutes.
I guess so, right?
Mhm.
Swiss Beats was fighting off haters. I'm going to take a break. Want to send me a text? 35192 is where you'll get me there. AlanCoxShow.com for everything else.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go.
experience. I was like, well, what I got the house for? I'm still paying rent on it, and I can't go out there and party on New Year's Eve. Everybody else partying. I want to party. Like, I just want to sit up in the house with you. Like, no.
God.
So I just sat in my room. I had a flask, and I was like watching the ball drop. I'm like, you got clothes and stuff in here. My bed ain't even ready. I was like, you ain't even send me no care package. How you going to send me off to school without no care package?
What would be in the care package?
Something to show me that you care.
Yeah. Very literal there with the care packages. How am I going to know you care if you don't give me a care package?
Yeah.
It's more like a don't care package.
Everything's so transactional. Just so transactional.
Yeah, so I was down there sinning. Like, I was like, it's Florida. Like, who cares? Like,
Well, yeah, you got to have a good time.
Yeah,
It's just I was always working. I never went on spring break.
that Walmart down there was
Walmart.
It was because it was like ridiculous. Like I've never seen a Walmart just like ran through. You guys think Steelyard Walmart is bad? Like this Walmart, it was like Trump throwing.
I don't think Steelyard Walmart's bad. I think it's fine.
People were like throwing stuff down the aisles. Just think a bunch of college kids. The beers and alcohol's all gone.
Yeah.
The paper towels are all gone. Everything's just gone. Ran through. The only thing that's there is like the clothes. Like, because no one's buying clothes from Walmart.
All right. Well, anyway, New Orleans is the number one pick this year. So if you, like my older kids go to Michigan State, and for whatever reason, their spring break is so goddamn early. It's like the last week of this month is their spring break. And so I know my daughter's going to Florida. I don't know what my son's doing. But it terrifies me every time.
I cheered through college, and spring break was always the week of the MAC tournament. So we would come to Cleveland every year for spring break.
Woo!
And
Hey, it's 33 degrees.
Yeah, it was trash. It was
From Toledo,
absolutely
you'd come to
trash.
Cleveland.
Yeah. Yep. And
Oh,
if
God.
we almost never advanced.
Yeah.
So we would have like our first game would be on like that Tuesday.
Yeah.
So we couldn't go anywhere for 2 days before.
She's like, why didn't I go to the University of Miami?
Yeah. So it was always MAC tournament in Cleveland every single spring break.
That sucks.
Yeah.
Hey, Alan, it's Eric calling from Penn Hills, Pennsylvania. Listening to the podcast, and you were talking about the eclipse. Now, you were concerned about traffic. Remember, this is a gigantic line across the continent. Any of the real eclipse nerds are going to be going to places sunnier than Ohio anyway. And anyone in Ohio is not going to be at one point. It's not like whenever the time I went over to Star Lake in Burgettstown and caught Steely Dan and was stuck on the parkway for hours.
Yeah, right. I'm trying to get to the Steely Dan show. They're going to be done by the time I get there. I already missed Steve Winwood. What the hell's going to happen? Yeah, I don't know. Somebody else was trying to explain the eclipse thing to me. I was like, I just can't believe they're going to have 1 million people in the area because of this goddamn eclipse. When there's a path that people could go to any point in that curve and go. I don't know. What do I know? It's all happening on Guardians opening day, and they're pushing the game back, and we don't know where we're going to be. And I have no interest at all in devoting any amount of my brain power to figuring out this eclipse nonsense.
You guys should really throw them for a loop and do a live broadcast from New York City that day for Guardians opening day. You guys come out here and visit
We've
me.
completely escaped the path of totality. Yeah, well, that's something to consider. You got room for us in that room? I mean, I'd need a full studio. I can't.
Yeah, there's 2 microphones we could share.
2 microphones, all right.
Yeah, that'll be great.
Hey, I'm listening to the show from the 8th talking about death penalty. I think a great thing for our economy is to make these death penalties a pay-per-view event. People can tune in and watch these murderers or rapists or whatever be killed by firing squad or whatever they're doing. You can either choose to buy in or you don't have to watch it if you don't want to. So I think that'd be a great way to get some extra money in our economy.
What is it? Death Race, Running Man.
It's an old Carlin bit from 30 years ago. I mean, they put it on pay-per-view and people, It's not a bad idea. That's why it keeps popping back up. The only issue I would see is that you're effectively cutting out a huge portion of the population as far as revenue goes, because
you should make it pay that so you don't have to see it.
None of the people in the pro-life community would want to see someone murdered. I'm kidding. I'm sorry. I couldn't even say it with a straight face. No, of course. They'd be the first people to pay to watch. The pro-lifers. But yeah, I mean, why not? Well, it's because people pretend that they still have a problem with public executions. Some people do, in fairness, okay? Some people probably do. But I think morbid curiosity weighs on people way more than they'd like to cop to. I was reading about this dude that killed a coyote with his bare hands. That is an amazing story.
Was it Jason Kelsey?
It was not.
I feel like that's the next thing this guy's going to do.
A rabid coyote attacked a Rhode Island hiker on Friday. Now, rabies is nothing you want to dick around with, because if it doesn't get treated, rabies has a 100% kill rate. So you want to make sure you get your ass to a hospital toot sweet. Bit him on the leg, and then he choked it to death.
Damn.
I love that. Now, I do, we're familiar with the phrase, like, he killed it with his bare hands. Is that more impactful than if he had gloved hands?
Yes.
Okay. He was hiking in the woods
about skin to skin is
skin to
hardcore.
fur.
Well, yeah.
Oh, you're talking about like a person.
Yeah, but I mean, like, feeling that, like, there's nothing between you and the death you're causing.
Right. You're feeling their pulse slow down under your thumbs. He was hiking in the woods about 10 miles from Providence, and the coyote bit him in the leg. I mean, a coyote is not, it's about the same size as like a dog, right?
Yeah.
Like a mid-sized dog kind of. He pinned the coyote to the ground and choked it to death. They think it's the same coyote that attacked another man in the area while he was walking his dog. The animal later tested positive for rabies, and so they took care of this dude as quickly as they possibly could. They said the coyote attacks on humans are rare.
I imagine it's only doing that because it's rabid.
Right. But think about that. Because so much could go wrong. This thing bites you, and your instinct might be to run away. Get the hell out of here. This guy goes, no.
Experienced hiker. He knows what he's got to do, because you're supposed to bring the animal, I thought.
No, that's like if it's like a snake or a spider.
No, I thought
So
it was.
they can
I thought it was.
identify it. No, it's
No,
not
I
a
thought it.
coyote.
No, I thought if it's rabid though.
No, how would you know it's rabid?
Well, that's so they can identify that it is rabid.
Yeah, that's
so
probably.
If a cougar bites you, you're supposed to catch the cougar and bring it in with you, just in case it's rabid.
If you can, if you can kill it, no, you have to. It has to be dead.
That rule is for so they can identify for like things with venom, so they can know what kind of anti-venom to give you.
I mean, can cougars get rabies?
Probably.
Why couldn't they?
I don't know.
Mammals can.
I don't.
If humans can get it, why couldn't a cougar?
Well, because we're man. I don't know
Or a
that
bear.
every animal can get rabies. I mean, you might be right. I don't know, but this guy was like 60 years old, not some young buck jogging through the woods. Good for him. It is only the third reported rabid coyote in Rhode Island in 30 years.
Yeah, you're supposed to.
You're not supposed to catch every animal that bites you.
No, but if an animal bites you, and you can catch it, it should be euthanized and tested for rabies to know if it has rabies, so that you can get the treatment that you need.
I don't think that that's.
And by the way, don't tell me how many animals. I have caught every animal that has bitten me. I've chased it down. I've gotten bit a lot. I have delicious legs. You just look at them, you can tell. And I have tracked and caught every single animal that's ever bitten me. And sometimes you're right. It is a spider. Those are harder to find.
Much harder to catch.
After the fact in the woods. Other times, it's a larger animal. I was bit on the heel by a buffalo one time.
You were not.
I stabbed it to death.
Nope.
And then I found out that it wasn't a rabbit. It was just curious.
Buffaloes eat grass.
Yeah, Mary,
Hey.
I was wearing my grass socks that day.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Sorry.
And what they lack in comfort, they more than make up for in style. Joke's on him, though. They were AstroTurf socks, not even real grass. Take that, you dummy. Buffalo, that's why I stabbed you to death. He'll never bother anyone's heels again. Ooh, look at the time. I've got to take a break. If you want to send a text, 35192. Ought to get the last word into it that way. Cavs Bulls tonight here on MMS and on the iHeartRadio app. That game tonight at 7:30. So your pregame will get going around 7 o'clock tonight.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app.